Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration at third reading of Bill C7, an act to amend the criminal code, medical assistance in dying.
Okay. Ms. Monsef for Mr. Lametti, seconded by Madame Le Boutillier, qui est en ligne, je pense, moves that Bill C7, an act to amend the criminal code, medical assistance in dying, be read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, je suis heureux.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have this opportunity to add my voice to the discussions on Bill C7, an act to amend the criminal code concerning medical assistance in dying.
All members that this is an important legislation. We as parliamentarians have a court-imposed deadline of December 18th to pass this legislation. This legislation will help prevent the suffering of Canadians, and that even if there wasn't a court-imposed deadline, we would have a moral obligation to see it passed. I'm really disappointed, to be frank, Mr. Speaker, to see my colleagues across the aisle delaying this bill and increasing the chances that the government misses the court-imposed deadline and prolongs suffering of Canadians and denying them the autonomy to choose medical assistance in dying. Frankly, I'm very disheartened to see the Conservative Party of Canada continue their delay tactics to slow this legislation. I saw it at the Justice Committee, and we are seeing it again now. We know that the vast majority of Canadians believe that MAID is a basic human right. More than 300,000 people participated in consultations earlier this year. The Quebec Superior Court's deadline is now 2 weeks away as of today. The Conservatives are now trying to undermine the urgency of the situation. They are ignoring the very real consequences that their inaction could have on those who are suffering in this country. I think it's also important to remind members where the content of this legislation came from and the process the government went through in January in developing this legislation. This legislation, C7, was informed by the Truchon decision itself, available Canadian and international reports, the experience of existing international regimes, and the government's consultations on MAID held in January and February of this year. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to participate in some of these roundtables that were hosted across the country, including in my home of Toronto, from where I'm speaking to you from, and in Winnipeg. Between all of these consultations, our team spoke with 125 stakeholders, including health regulatory bodies, legal experts, doctors, nurse practitioners, representatives of the disability community, and Indigenous persons and their representatives. They shared their experiences and insights into MAID and its implementation in Canada over the last 4 years. In order to get a broader public perspective, the government also hosted an online public survey and received over 300,000 responses from people across the country. Let me repeat that, Mr. Speaker. 300,000 Canadians engaged with that survey. A summary of the consultations was released in March as a What We Heard report. Our government did its homework in the creation of this legislation. Now, I'd like to take the time to explain to all honourable colleagues what Bill C7 proposes to change in our MAID regime, so that we all start from the same common understanding of the legislation before us. Mr. Speaker, there are 4 main aspects to this bill. The first aspect concerns eligibility criteria, and these changes are fairly straightforward. The eligibility criterion requiring a reasonably foreseeable natural death would be repealed. As I've already described, this change would, in effect, adopt the outcome of the Truchon decision for the whole of Canada. Ce critère d'admissibilité fait du régime actuel.
This eligibility criterion makes the current regime in Canada an end-of-life regime accessible only when a practitioner can confidently establish a temporal link to death, subject to some flexibility. The Quebec Superior Court, in the Truchon case, told us that this criterion violates the charter rights of people whose death is not reasonably foreseeable, such as Mr. Truchon and Ms. Gladue. To avoid prolonging the suffering of the plaintiffs and other Canadians in a similar situation, our government has decided to accept this decision and to amend the law of Canada.
The legislation will continue to require a voluntary request and informed consent from a person with decision-making capacity. These cornerstones of autonomy will ensure that MAID can be safely provided to Canadians who deem it to be the solution to their suffering, while guarding against persons being pressured into seeking MAID. We trust, Mr. Speaker, that individuals know best for themselves when they can no longer endure suffering, regardless of whether their natural death is reasonably foreseeable. We're committed to respecting this very personal choice of Canadians. The second aspect, Mr. Speaker, of the bill is the safeguards. The bill would use the criterion of reasonably foreseeable natural death to create a two-track system. Those whose death is reasonably foreseeable will continue to benefit from the current safeguards with two changes. First, the 10-day reflection period would be repealed, and a person would only need one independent witness to sign their MAID request instead of two. That independent witness would be someone who is paid to provide health and personal care services to the person requesting MAID. These changes are intended to alleviate barriers, Mr. Speaker, to alleviating barriers to access and to reducing suffering. We heard from medical practitioners that these did not serve as safeguards, but only unnecessarily prolonged suffering of individuals who had made up their mind. It also created issues with accessing MAID in rural and remote areas. Those whose death is not reasonably foreseeable would benefit from an enhanced set of safeguards. In addition to those safeguards required where death is reasonably foreseeable, practitioners would have to assess a person's MAID request over a minimum assessment period of 90 days. If neither of those two MAID assessors has expertise in the condition that is causing the person suffering, they would have to consult a practitioner who does. That's pursuant to the amendment that was helpfully proposed by the NDP member from Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke at committee. The person requesting MAID must be informed of the means available to relieve their suffering, including mental health and disability support services, and be offered consultations with professionals who provide those services. Both practitioners have to discuss those means of relieving suffering with the person and be of the view that the person has seriously considered those means. The third, in terms of the broad approach to the bill, the third aspect of Bill C7 is that of the limited change around advance consent. This one is unrelated to the changes in eligibility criteria, but instead seeks to address an unfair situation that arises when a person is approved for MAID, but loses decision-making capacity and cannot consent to the MAID procedure immediately before it would be provided, despite the request having been approved and the procedure already planned. Members probably know the reason for this amendment best through the story of Audrey Parker, the Canadian woman whose case we heard so much about a bit more than a year ago, who had to schedule her MAID procedure earlier than they would have wanted out of fear of losing decision-making capacity before their preferred date to receive MAID. Monsieur le Président, je suis d'avis que le projet de loi...
Mr. Speaker, I believe that Bill C7 takes the right approach by proposing to allow the waiver of final consent only where the death of the person is reasonably foreseeable, and only when the person has already been deemed eligible for medical assistance in dying and is waiting for the procedure to take place, but risks losing the ability to provide final consent. It is in this situation that practitioners and individuals such as Audrey Parker indicated that there may be cruel choices that need to be made if a person risks losing capacity to consent before receiving MAID. This is the only scenario that the bill proposes to address, as it presents the least uncertainty in terms of the patient's autonomous choice and the least ethical and practical complexities.
Pourtant, pour les Canadiennes. Et, Monsieur le Président, je m'engage à travailler avec tous les parlementaires pour entamer l'examen.
And, Mr. Speaker, I'm committed to working with all parliamentarians to begin the parliamentary review of the medically assisted in dying regime as soon as possible after C7 has gone through all stages of the parliamentary process. I have no doubt that the issue of advanced consent will be an important part of this review.
Mr. Speaker, the fourth and final category of amendments the bill proposes targets the monitoring regime. The changes will allow the collection of information in a wider range of circumstances, including information about preliminary assessments that might be undertaken before a request is put in writing. Consultations will take place before these regulations are amended, and an amendment at committee based on an amendment proposed by the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith of the Green Party will require that the Minister of Health consult with the Minister responsible for the status of persons with disabilities in carrying out her reporting obligations. Again, another helpful amendment that was proposed at the committee stage. Medical assistance in dying has always been a very difficult issue that generates a variety of opinions on all sides of the issue. It is an issue that strikes deeply to every Canadian's personal morals and sensibilities. We understand this. As such, it requires different interests to be considered. I firmly believe, Mr. Speaker, that Bill C7 does exactly that. The law would continue to require informed consent and a voluntary request made by a person with decision-making capacity, while also creating a more robust set of safeguards where the person's natural death is not reasonably foreseeable. These safeguards require significant attention to be paid to all of the alternatives that might help alleviate suffering on the part of a person whose death is not reasonably foreseeable. We believe such a regime can work safely by guarding against overt and subtle pressures to seek MAID, while providing autonomy to a greater number of Canadians to make this important choice for themselves. I would like to return for a moment to the topic of safeguards, Mr. Speaker, specifically when it comes to those whose death is not reasonably foreseeable. I think it's very important to remind members of this House, Mr. Speaker, what these safeguards are and why we believe that they are adequate. This legislation proposes a distinct set of procedural safeguards that are tailored to the risks associated with assistance in dying for persons whose death is not reasonably foreseeable. Ending the lives of those whose suffering is based in their experience of their quality of life is different than offering a peaceful death when the dying process would otherwise be painful or prolonged, or would erode a person's sense of their own dignity. Bill C7 therefore proposes a more robust set of safeguards where natural death is not reasonably foreseeable. Safeguards for those whose death is not reasonably foreseeable are built around the existing safeguards, but contain enhancements over the previous Bill C14, which was passed in the 42nd Parliament. Importantly, the medical assessments of a person's eligibility must span at least 90 days. I mentioned this earlier, Mr. Speaker, but I want to emphasize, as there appeared to be some confusion around this at the Standing Committee on Justice and elsewhere, that this period of 90 days is not a waiting period or a reflection period. This is not a requirement that the person wait 90 days after they are approved. Rather, what it is a stipulation that practitioners must, over at least a period of 3 full months, fully explore the person's medical condition and the nature and causes of their suffering, and work with them to identify reasonable treatment or other support options that they must discuss with the person. The person seeking MAID is not required to undergo any treatments. This would be an intrusion into the individual's autonomy to force them into any sort of treatment. But as we embark on this new expansion of the MAID regime, we believe that we can collectively move forward safely if we can be satisfied that available options have been brought to the person's attention and given serious consideration. All of these safeguards, Mr. Speaker, reflect the irreversible nature of ending someone's life and the very serious nature of medical assistance in dying, which needs to continue to be strictly regulated, especially given the broadening of the regime. As stated by the Canadian Medical Association, which welcomed our government's staged approach, the proposed MAID amendments are, quote, a prudent step forward, end quote. Bill C7 proposes to further support individual autonomy while also protecting vulnerable persons and ensuring that careful consideration will be given to the most challenging issues. For these reasons, among others, I strongly encourage members of this House to support this legislation and to support its passage through this House and Parliament to meet the court deadline on December the 18th. I also want to remind members of the upcoming parliamentary review. Through the course of the consultations and then through the committee process, we did hear of a number of issues that needed to be reviewed and addressed, but needed more thorough study than can be done in the time needed to meet the court-imposed deadline. Parliament will have ample time to review all of these issues, and I think it is important that we do so. But we need to get this legislation passed as well. Bill C14 from the previous Parliament called for Parliament to conduct a review, and specifically mentions the state of palliative care, and we expect that this review will also include important issues such as mature minors, mental illness as a sole underlying condition, and advance requests. By no means would I expect this to be a closed list either, Mr. Speaker. This is a broad issue, and we would hope to hear from many Canadians on a wide variety of subjects relating to MAID. Having heard from many witnesses and spoken to many Canadians on Bill C7, I know there is a diverse view on these issues. They are all difficult issues, and I look forward to the parliamentary review and hearing from many more Canadians on the subject and seeing what the review has to say. Mr. Speaker, as I said at the beginning of my speech, I'm very disappointed and concerned by my colleagues across the way and their lack of respect for the court deadline imposed on us by the Superior Court of Quebec to pass this legislation. I believe we have an obligation as parliamentarians to do everything we can to try and meet the deadline of the court. Canadians want this legislation. Quebecers want this legislation. I'm really unclear why my colleagues across the way are showing disrespect for the will not only of the court, but of all Canadians. They've been slowing and delaying debate unnecessarily, and I'm very concerned by what this says about how much they value the rule of law and the will of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues who serve with me on the Justice Committee for their work. on helping us in a smooth and efficient committee process on this legislation, and I look forward to this House giving the same consideration to legislation. Again, I want to emphasize to my colleagues the importance of moving quickly. I look forward to continuing the debate on Bill C7, but also to its ultimate passage in time for Parliament to meet the court-imposed obligation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Commentaires. Virtuellement, l'honorable député de Fundy.
Virtually, the Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech and some of the points that he made. I do want to point out, though, not one of the amendments that were proposed by our Conservative Party at committee were adopted. We proposed those amendments in good faith, and we proposed them with the support of the persons with disability community. You know, Krista Carr, Executive Vice President of Inclusion Canada, a group that represents persons with disabilities, said that Bill's not listened to the persons with disabilities community. And two, why are they talking about delays when it was his government that prorogued the House and caused Bill C7 to have a complete restart?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
So I thank the member opposite for his contributions at committee, and I'll answer his questions. The CPC amendments that were proposed undercut the heart of what this bill is about, which is ensuring there is a compassionate response to medical assistance in dying and that persons' autonomy is protected. With respect to persons of disability, we had extensive consultations with persons of disability. We heard that there's heterogeneity among that community. We heard from Senator Petitclerc indicating the exact same thing, and including former Minister Stephen Fletcher of the Conservative Party, both of them themselves persons with disability, who indicated that it is not for certain groups to speak on behalf of the entirety of persons with disability. Madame Gladue and Monsieur Truchon were themselves persons with disability. What the court found in the Truchon case is that in order to protect their autonomy, their competence, the bill must be revised, which is why it is being revised to ensure that the competence of all people, including persons with disability, is respected. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's sad this morning to hear this debate. On the one side, we have people who are saying that the opposition party is dragging its heels. Yes, it is voluntary doing so, and that's deplorable. On the other side, they're answering, yes, but you are the ones who prorogued the Parliament for 5 weeks to avoid a scandal. So yes, you're both right. However, I think that Canadians expect other things. When we're talking about a debate on such an important bill, medical assistance in dying people are suffering greatly, and they had to fight for many years in the courts. And I think it's reasonable that this should be approved rapidly. My question to my colleague is, from the Liberal Party, can he reassure the Conservatives in terms of the safety processes that are in place in this legislation so we can trust the medical professionals on the ground so they can use their discernment based on the situation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I appreciate my colleague's question, and I appreciate the Bloc's position in terms of this bill. What I can underscore in terms of the judgment of people on the ground, whether it's doctors or nurses, is the fact that what we've heard is that they are treating people, they're evaluating patients in terms of their autonomy and voluntary consent. And they're also, well, their independence and judgment is greater supported in C7. When natural death is not reasonably foreseeable, there is a waiting period of at least 90 days, during which they have to evaluate all the aspects of a person's situation so that they can have the opportunity to treat people properly and give them the necessary tools and options that exist. We're going to continue now. Questions and comments?
For Esquimalt, Saanich Suk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Parkdale High Park for his speech today and his diligent work on Bill C7. I want to return to this question of timing that we've been kicking around in the questions here today, and I have to say that COVID was partially responsible for delay, but certainly the Liberal government's prorogation was a bigger cause for the delay in dealing with this bill. But I want to ask the honourable member to return again to the question he touched on just a moment ago, and that is, what are the consequences for Quebec and for the rest of country if we don't meet this deadline in Quebec? Because Bill C-7 does provide some safeguards to implement the court decision.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Well, I think it's an excellent question. And again, I thank the member from Esquimalt-Saanich for his contributions at committee and throughout this Parliament. The consequences are that if the court-imposed deadline is not met as of December 18th, what we would have is, in effect, rather than a statute being the law of the land in Quebec, we would have the Truchon decision being the law of the land in Quebec. And what that means is that there would be no safeguards whatsoever for those persons who are not at the end of life, whose death is not reasonably foreseeable, from accessing MAID. So if all parliamentarians agree, all 338 of us, that some safeguards are required, notwithstanding the way of disputes about safeguards, I would urge Canadians, as represented by these parliamentarians, to work expeditiously to ensure that safeguards are in place for persons who are not at the end of life, but seek to avail themselves of medical assistance in dying. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Economic Development. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice. Quickly, well, in terms of this concept of reasonably foreseeable death, how can we conciliate the Truchon decision and the Carter decision from the Supreme Court of Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice. That's a very good question, and I appreciate it from my colleague. What we can understand that in the Truchon decision, the judge evaluated the Carter decision and applied it to two individuals who had a disability, who were not at the end of their life, and their death was not reasonably foreseeable. And what they decided was that the fact that they eliminated the opportunity to have access to MAID for that type of person was not constitutional at all, and it was a violation of the Canadian Charter in terms of Section 7 and Section 15 of the Charter. That is the reason why we took action, and we replied with legislation that is properly articulated and informed based on what we heard from more than 300 people. Thank you.
It's the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The members pointed out that there are different opinions among people with disabilities, and that's true in every community, of course. We both know that, for instance, in the Muslim community, there are some people who express views about issues that the vast majority of that community find offensive. And I think, generally speaking, government should listen to the representative organs of those communities, not cherry pick one or two individuals they find who may have a point of view that is not in keeping with what the majority are saying. And when all of the representative organizations who represent people with disabilities are raising big concerns, I think the government should take that seriously. And Mr. Speaker, just on the issue of timing, I wonder if the member can acknowledge the fact that Conservatives wanted the House to be able to sit in May and June. So in addition to the issue of prorogation, they chose not to allow the House to sit and consider legislation in May and June when it could have.
Parliamentary Secretary.
So I thank the member opposite for his comments and for his questions, and I'd respond in twofold manner. The first point is that I think it is erroneous and misconstruing the position to state that we are somehow on this side of the House are cherry-picking perspectives on any aspect of this bill. The consultations that we heard were vast and extensive, 125 experts, 300,000 individual Canadians. So that's the first point with respect to the views articulated by persons with disability. I would reiterate that the litigation that has prompted this legislative response itself was brought by persons with disabilities. Clearly, persons with disabilities are seeking the same level of competence and autonomy that is available to able-bodied Canadians. On the last point with respect to the timing, I'm referring to what has transpired over the last 4 to 6 weeks in terms of the committee process and now the House parliamentary process. Members are entitled to voice their views. Members are entitled to voice the views of their constituents. That's what a democracy is about. However, prolonging the suffering of Canadians is not in any of our interests, and that is exactly what will transpire if the December 18th deadline is missed. Thank you.
The committee
just
had
for one more short question. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. First, I'd like to thank the parliamentary secretary for his speech and also note that the quality of his efforts and of his French. Now, Mr. Speaker, since he speaks French well, I agree with what he says, particularly with the decision his government made. We all know that this is an issue that is a very delicate one. There's no partisanship here, and everyone here at the House of Commons, we have diligent work to do. However, since this is an issue that is a question of life and death, quite literally, it would have been preferable, I think, that the court should be pronouncing definitively on this issue, should be the Supreme Court of Canada to avoid any judicial misunderstandings that could happen with this legislation. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. I appreciate my colleague's question and his efforts here in this Parliament and the former one, but what I can say is that we raised this issue on several occasions, and the work of a government is to analyze a decision that is well articulated and researched and rigorous. We don't have to appeal up to the very last court for every decision. We have to take leadership to evaluate a decision, and when there is an opportunity to eliminate or avoid suffering and pain for Canadians with an answer, with respect to a judgment, we do have to do this, and that's what we did as a government. We think it was the best decision to make rather than to prolong suffering with a Supreme Court appeal that may last 2 or 3 or 4 years or more. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, and by video conference, the honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this time to speak on this incredibly important issue to all Canadians. As I was leading into this speech, I reflected back on to the debates on Bill C-14. On May the 3rd, 2016, the House was debating, indeed, the creation of a euthanasia and assisted suicide bill. At the time when I spoke in the evening of May the 3rd, I mentioned how this would probably be, in my career as a politician, a member of parliament, having at that time served 8 years, now in my 13th year, perhaps the most important speech that I would ever make. And when I looked back on that speech, today I think I was wrong. I think perhaps this is the more important speech, because at that time, Parliament was faced with a court deadline as well to put into place a legislation for euthanasia and assisted suicide. And like many countries around the world who have these bills, going back to the first legislation in the Netherlands in 2002 to today, and seeing the progression of what has happened in these countries as an example to what will happen on the slippery slope of this legislation. Now, I should say as well, as I did in 2016, I come at this from a very biased approach. And that is because I am the father of a 34-year-old intellectually disabled son. My son was brain damaged at age 2. He suffered irreversible damage that has caused him a life to lead here with his parents as his caregivers his entire life. And so when the persons and the organizations who represent persons with disabilities speak, and they've spoken loudly to the particular changes and amendments that this government is bringing forward in Bill C-7. They have said this is the worst possible scenario. Now, I take that and interpret that from my lens as a parent in terms of protection for my son. And frankly, it causes me to reflect on what we are currently experiencing, the COVID-19 crisis. Because just about every piece of communication that I receive, or email, text, whatever, telephone call, the beginning is usually a sentence from the person I'm speaking with to say, or I say to them, I hope your family is safe. And generally speaking, the salutation at the end of those conversations and those communications is stay safe. I believe all parliamentarians probably have experienced that exact same thing. Now, one of the concerns of the disability community is this. What will happen to our children in their latter life when we are no longer with them, when we can no longer care for them and protect them? So the theme of my speech today is stay safe, my son. Because you see, if you look at the evolution of these laws across the world, and let me read you a few headlines that I, through the research of coming into this today, and these are recent headlines. Quote, what kind of society do you want to live in? Inside the country where Down syndrome is disappearing. From the BBC on October the 14th, the Netherlands backs euthanasia for terminally ill children under 12. Let me just read you a couple of excerpts from this one that are fairly poignant to today's discussion. The Dutch government has approved plans to allow euthanasia for terminally ill children aged between 1 and 12. And it goes on to mention, in the current law, it is also legal for babies up to a year old to be euthanized with parental consent. I could go on with more headlines, but I'll choose not to, because I think you get the point. The point is, where do we stop? With Bill C-14 in its original form, the preamble said it all, which was this: because there are many in society who say, and I'm sure the committee heard this, that this bill doesn't go far enough and doesn't satisfy those who want wide open, death upon request euthanasia law. And so when we look at this, we must look at it from both sides, because both sides of this issue require our compassion. You know, I had spent time with 3 significant people in my life at the end of their lives. My mother, who was in extreme pain for a long period of time. I held her hand upon her death. A very good friend I watched deteriorate from age 39 to age 41 before his death. And a very good friend lately that I had quite a frank conversation with, out of total respect, who was choosing to end her life early. All of them had been in the final stages of a terminal illness. The compassion must go to people who are in situations that are unbearable. Fortunately, there are other alternatives. I happen to live in Brantford, Ontario, and we have one of the finest palliative care units in all of the country. And people come to study it. People come to look at it. People come to see it as an alternative. And so focusing on something going forward that a government could do, but would perhaps not see as a priority, is the resources that we can give people to make a choice. But let me get back to this discussion of the most vulnerable. Persons with disabilities, persons with, to name a few, autistic children, autistic adults, persons with brain damage like my son. These are not mental illnesses, by the way. Some of these are genetic. Down syndrome. Have you ever met a Down syndrome individual who just lights up your life because of their complete innocence, their complete love, not only for others, but for their own lives when you meet them? And there are many others who the disability community speaks for. Bill C-7 undermines their precarious position, and it takes and diminishes the protections, the few protections that existed in C-14. And of course, this is what is chosen as of the votes to this point on this issue by the majority of the members of Parliament. Stay safe, my son. Stay safe, the constituents of Charlottetown. Stay safe, the constituents with disabilities in Scarborough Agincourt. Stay safe, Canadians. Because the trajectory of where we're heading, and in that preamble to the legislation, is this. It is what is happening around the world. It's happening in society. People in legislatures are making the decisions for the rest of the country as to what the future will look like. This is a critical moment. It was a critical moment back in 2016. And again, we're faced with a critical moment. And instead, the priority becomes a deadline by a court instead of the fullness of all voices to be heard. And of course, the parliamentary secretary can articulate the numbers. He can articulate the fact that there were so many submissions that we were able to listen to, and individuals. But to this point in time, the people who represent the vast number of persons with disabilities and their families in this country are dead against this legislation. Let's be clear. Let's not try to sugarcoat this. This is where we are today. What kind of society do we want? Because where this leads to, frankly, is to one of the headlines, which is as we take away the protections for individuals with disabilities, as this law does, we eventually lead society into the normal course of accepting that assisted suicide and euthanasia is a natural thing. And we start to look towards a society that starts to look at individuals for either being healthy in the society's mind and living fulfilling lives, or those who have been brought into this world or something has happened to them when in this world that puts them in this very precarious situation. Now, is life easy for persons with disabilities and their caregivers? In most cases, it's not easy. We can attest to that. We have 3 healthy children, as well as our special needs son with disabilities. And part of the richness of life is the fact that the imperfect one that many would see as imperfect is the one who brings the most joy to life. They are the ones we must protect at all costs. Why do we not spend the time to get this legislation right and make it airtight so that their lives are never at risk now, which I don't believe this legislation does in terms of immediately putting them at risk. So those of you who would say, well, this legislation is quite the contrary, to 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, when most of us in this parliament will no longer be in this parliament, and it will be a new group of elected representatives who will look at changes down the road. And is there anything in the international experience to tell you that this is not a continual and gradual and incremental deterioration of the protections for those who are the most vulnerable? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the other point that needs to be made is they are a minority, the persons with disabilities in our country. Over the 13 years I've been in Parliament, more time is spent on legislation, member statements, you name it, the communications from government about protecting the minorities. This is, if not the most vulnerable minority in society, definitely in the top grouping of who are the most vulnerable. And I can tell you that disability knows no boundaries. We are involved with groups of people, and I represent the largest First Nation in Canada, 6 Nations of the Grand. And we're helping individuals from 6 Nations, Aboriginal First Nations people who have children with disabilities, who feel very strongly about the fact that protections need to be, and not only kept in place, those few that exist, and enhanced and made airtight for their children. In those debates in 2016, at the time, the member from Calgary Nose Hill said this in her opening statement of what this was about. She said, "This is about the sanctity of human life and, quote, the defining of the morality of our country." I couldn't agree more wholeheartedly, Mr. Speaker, with those words. And I will finish with, stay safe, my son.
Questions and comments? We'll first go by video conference to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et je salue au passage notre...
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for sharing that personal story. I was part of the joint committee that led to Bill C-14. Looking back, C-14 was led to by a Supreme Court decision, a unanimous decision. made in February 2014 during the Harper government. That decision gave the government 12 months to comply. Since the Harper government knew an election was coming, it did almost nothing. The Liberals won the election, and then by the time we could finally appoint a cabinet, we had lost 10 months due to Conservative inaction. On our committee, most of those, not all, but most of those who were opposed to this bill stated that they wanted to protect the most vulnerable. Everyone wants that. Yes, I'm wrapping up, Mr. Speaker. I esteem my colleague, but how can he say that a minor having received a head injury, cerebral palsy, or with Down syndrome, where in this bill does it say that such a person can request medical assistance in dying? I don't see that anywhere in the legislation.
Brandt.
Well, I thank the member for his, his perspective. I reflect back on a few comments that were made with the previous presentation by the parliamentary secretary and the questions and answer period to say that this is not a partisan issue. And yet the only two people I have heard criticize a particular political party in this debate are the two members from the Liberal government side. And when he says the protections are there for the persons with disabilities in this legislation, he is wrong. That is why the disability community has spoken so loudly and broadly across this country. And yet this government's not listening.
Questions, observations, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank the member for Brantford-Brant for his speech today. He's a member for which I have a great deal of respect. One of the things that COVID has done, and one of the things that this debate on Bill C7 has done, is to expose something that has been there for anyone to look at who chose to look at it, and that is the way we treat people with disabilities. We have not organized our society in a way that allows people with disabilities to live to their fullest potential or to live in equality with the rest of Canadians. So my question to the honourable member is, would he support a national program of income support for people with disabilities that would lift all people with disabilities out of poverty and take away those stark choices which he's been talking about?
For Brantford-Brant.
Well, I, too, have a great deal of respect for the member who is asking this question because it's a great question. There are supports needed for all families who live and for support workers and for individuals who choose to live on their own with disabilities. In many of the provinces, believe it or not, they are sufficient. The question becomes, and I totally agree with the member, we need to set for society a moral compass on this issue. As society, the government cannot look at this parliament as solving this problem. We must set a tone and a future that guarantees airtight that persons with disabilities will live fulfilling lives and that we will treat them as they are, one of the most vulnerable minorities in our society.
Questions et observations. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments.
Lampton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for really illuminating from the heart what we've been talking about in this debate. And I know he mentioned that they have excellent palliative care in his riding, But the reality is across Canada, 70% of people have no access to palliative care. This government supported unanimously my palliative care bill to put a framework in place to get that consistent access, but now have backed down on all their promises to put money behind that so that people would actually have a choice, as the Carter decision outlined. Could the member describe how he sees the government's response on palliative care?
Honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Well, I thank my colleague, first of all, for her work on this issue, number one, and for her passion for those who I know she has personally in her work as the Member of Parliament for Sarnia. I wish I could bring all of Parliament to the palliative care facility in my building in my community. It is without question, one of the most brilliant and well thought out places where a person can choose a path to end of life and have dignity, have family participate, have the community participate. I have spent many, many hours at this facility as the Member of Parliament visiting members of my community who are in their last days. And it is one of the most rewarding and wonderful experiences of life. And so death is part of life and should be celebrated as someone comes toward the end. They may be in great pain.
Okay. We'll continue on with questions and comments. By video conference, the Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I encourage the member to continue his response here if he wishes as well. I appreciate so much, the personal contributions, and it's so important for us to understand. I was not here for the previous discussion around this bill, and here we are in a very difficult position again. I've studied it. I've consulted with my riding. I've consulted with many, many people who are accessing MAID, people in the disabilities community with their concerns. And I was very comfortable with where I landed in support for this bill. But I come from a position of privilege, and I want the member to also be comfortable, as a parent. And I want the member's son to be safe as well. So I'm just wondering about, is it the interpretation that you're worried about that people will see people with disabilities as experiencing suffering? Because that's really where the bill is focusing on someone who's in pain. So I'm just wondering, is that the concern about the interpretation and the application of law for those in the disabilities community? I just need to understand, where the fears are really, really coming from. Thank you very much.
Member for Brantford-Brant.
I appreciate that very personal question. The fear comes from this. Parents and caregivers and the community in general around persons with disabilities know that there will come a time in their lives when that care may deteriorate away, and society no longer values persons who they interpret as being imperfect. And if you look at the trajectory of euthanasia and assisted suicide legislation across the world, that's indeed the direction it's going. It's going in the direction of this, that eventually, maybe not now, not through this piece of legislation perhaps, maybe there's good intent, and I would hope that there is, but eventually, we as legislators must decide there are lines we cannot cross. That's why I say, stay safe, my son, because I will no longer be here to keep him safe. And that is the fear of most parents.
Questions and comments will go by video conference. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say thank you to my honourable colleague from Brantford-Brant. I come at it from the very same position as my honourable colleague. I'm choking up. You know, I know both sides of it. Right next door to me, my father-in-law is in palliative care. We've been looking after him for 6 months. But I also have a 32-year-old daughter who lives with a cognitive disability. And we worry every day. We worry every day that they go outside. We worry every day that they go to work, that somehow someone's going to take advantage of them, that we're not there to protect them. And I'm wondering, through you, Mr. Speaker, if I could get my honorable colleague to just expand a little bit. I know that time is short, on the fear that parents have, and the fact that we're not always there, and there will become a day that we're not there. And so we have to do everything in our power. I said this in the last session, that this is perhaps the most important piece of legislation, C-14, in our lifetime, in our generation. But as a parent with somebody with a disability, I think this is so important. And so through you, I asked my colleague to expand a little bit more on the fear that we have for our children.
For a short response, the honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
I thank you to my colleague. I would elaborate more if I had the time, and I will personally with him do this, elaborate more. However, what we as a society must come to grips with, and society is not well equipped for this, frankly. The legislature is not equipped. We as legislators are not well equipped for this. To set the course that protects the most vulnerable. I agree with protecting minorities. This is the most vulnerable. This bill, C7, takes away protections. That's why the disability community has spoken out. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time and indulgence.
And with that, we'll go to statements by members. Déclaration de député. And premièrement, l'honorable.
First of all, virtually, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, the holiday season is upon us, and even if our gatherings will be small, being held virtually to reduce the spread of COVID-19, I would like to wish Vaughan Woodbridge residents and all Canadians a safe and peaceful Christmas spent with loved ones.
This holiday season is also an opportunity to give, and we know how the past few months, how difficult they've been for many of us. Across the country, our local food banks are seeing that needs are on the rise. These centers help families, single mothers, seniors, and perhaps your colleagues and friends. Food insecurity is on the rise across Canada.
I invite my colleagues to support their local food banks, and I encourage our Vaughan community to donate, if possible, to our local Vaughan Food Bank. Each and every support item or dollar that Peter and the team receive assists those that need it most. Together, we can make a difference, as hunger takes no holiday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Stephanie Thompson, who was recently named by the Women's Executive Network as one of the top 100 award winners as part of their Most Powerful Women in Canada program. Stephanie is an engineer at our local General Motors plant. As part of this award program, Stephanie was recognized within the CP Skilled Trades category, which highlights outstanding women who contributed immense value and demonstrate excellence in skilled trades, product or service innovation, and community involvement. According to our local paper, the Niagara Falls Review, Stephanie is receiving this award for her significant contributions to inspire and empower girls and women by breaking down barriers in the science and technology sectors and by creating learning opportunities specifically geared towards women. Congratulations, Stephanie, on your incredible achievement. P.S. You're really going to love living in Niagara Falls. I hope your upcoming move to our city goes well.
Hear, hear.
Honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we approach the end of the year, I think it's incredibly important to emphasize that Canadians have displayed resilience day in and day out, providing us with profound glimmers of hope for the new year. Albeit exhausted, our healthcare professionals and frontline workers have proven to be heroes. Small business owners have spared no effort to pivot and meet their challenges head-on. Drawing inspiration from Canadians, Mr. Speaker, our government has risen to the occasion, whether through rapid financial support, assisting businesses, small and large, ensuring safety through public health measures, or focusing on vaccine procurement. Even when the going got tough, our government strengthened its commitment to Canadians. That is why I have full faith that we will build back better. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, we're still on the road to recovery, but it's critical that we get this right. In that spirit, I would ask all members to refrain from partisan games around vaccines. We should all listen to the experts, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today I congratulate the work of all Indigenous and grassroots leaders across these lands, faith groups, human rights advocates, and thousands of people who fought for the adoption and implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Bill C-15 is the result of decades of work by people who I walked side by side with, wrote, gathered, rallied, published, fighting for human rights, including Anna Collins, Grand Chief Wilton Littlechild, Dr. Ted Moses, Steve Heinrichs, Jennifer Preston, Jennifer Henry, Kathy Moore, Thiessen, Charlie Wright, Mary Ellen Truppel Lafond, Tina Keeper, Denise Savoy, Paul Joff, Ellen Gabriel, the Member of Parliament for Scarborough Rouge Park, and my partner Romeo Saganash, who introduced Bill C-262, and so many others. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to this piece of legislation being passed to ensure that all Indigenous people in Canada have their fundamental human rights upheld. It is always a good day for human rights.
And again by video conference, we'll go to the honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to highlight the dedication and hard work of 3 nurses from my riding of Miramichi Grand Lake. RNs Jacqueline Hare and Carolyn Sutherland and LPN Jessica Marshall were all recognized by Horizon Health Network as recipient of the 2020 Award Distinction in Nursing. Awarded posthumously, Ms. Hare was recipient in the leadership category and was praised for her passion and dedication in client care, where she helped so many in her 30-plus year career. Ms. Sutherland, an ER nurse, was honored for her mentorship and ability to lead and guide staff in the chaotic environment of the emergency department. Finally, as a nursing novice, Ms. Marshall's empathy and patience and dedication to her patient were honored. Now more than ever, we need to acknowledge and thank the hardworking healthcare professionals in our communities. And I am very proud to have such wonderful nurses selflessly serving the Miramichi area. Congratulations to all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm rising today to bring a display of bravery of a very high order to the attention of this House. On the evening of August 7th of this year at the Newborough Lock Station in the township of Rideau Lakes, Lockmaster Dylan Carbonneau was taking a phone call when he noticed heat, fast-moving black smoke, and calls of fire from a moored boat that had burst into flames. Dylan immediately sprung into action, grabbed a fire extinguisher, and called for the help of summer students Marina Clark and Alex Dow. At great risk to their own lives and wearing only shorts and short-sleeved shirts, the trio of Parks Canada employees fought the growing inferno and saved the lives of the 2 souls on board and their dog. This selfless act of bravery that these 3 young people undertook to save the lives of strangers without a moment of hesitation is as Canadian as it gets. That's why I have nominated these 3 heroes for the Governor General's Medal of Bravery. Dylan, Marina, and Alex, thank you for your bravery. Our community is a better one because of it.
And by video conference, the honourable member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by acknowledging that I'm on Robinson Huron Treaty Territory in the traditional lands of the Atikamekw Anishinaabe. Access to clean and safe drinking water is a basic human right. Since 2015, this government has worked in partnership with First Nations communities to end over 97 long-term drinking water advisories across Canada. We know there are many more to go. Sadly, the fact that this government will not be able to meet its March 2021 deadline to end all boil water advisories speaks more to the immense scale of the task than it does to this government's commitment to it. On Wednesday, this government announced more than $1.5 billion in additional investments to accelerate our commitment to ensuring clean drinking water in First Nations reserves. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, I want to thank Jordan Sheff and his group, Cold Water for Clean Water, which plunges every day into the frigid waters in the Nipawin Lake in solidarity with this cause. Their efforts are not going unnoticed. We know a lot of work remains, and the progress we have made shows our commitment to meet this important challenge. From day one, our work has been in partnership with First Nations communities, and it will remain so to ensure clean water for all. Merci, Chimigwech.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take a moment to mention the UN's World Food Programme, which received the Nobel Peace Prize. And I quote the Nobel's website, Mr. Speaker, for its efforts to combat hunger, for its contribution to bettering conditions for peace in conflict-affected areas, and for acting as a driving force in its efforts to prevent the use of hunger as a weapon of war and conflict. Mr. Speaker, Canada was integral to creating this program, and I want to highlight the work of one of its founders who grew up in Winnipeg North, Frank Sheffrin. Frank Sheffrin grew up on Selkirk Avenue, graduated from St. John's High School, and spent almost 40 years as a federal public servant. He dedicated 16 years to build the World Food Program, serving as its chair. Mr. Speaker, this program has been called the greatest success story in the UN system. Today, we are continuing this proud tradition of supporting those who need it. From leading international aid to delivering unprecedented $100 million investment to fight hunger at home during the pandemic, the Canadian government and people like Frank Sheffrin have always stood up to say no to hunger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. L'honorable député Alfred Pellan.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan.
Monsieur le Président, la pandémie.
Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has created a wave of mobilization and solidarity in my community of Alfred Pellan. Businesses, organizations, and individuals have shown mutual assistance to those in need. With the holiday season around the corner, this wave of solidarity has turned into a tsunami. Creativity and ingenuity were there to ensure that everyone would celebrate the holidays with dignity, be it through food drives, clothing donations, or volunteer work. Laval residents went out of their way to continue giving to the vulnerable members of our community. During this extraordinary holiday season, I want to warmly welcome and thank the citizens of Alfred Pellan. You show that distance brings us closer together. You demonstrate the quiet strength of our community, and you show us together we will get through this. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, André Gagnon, Didi for those who knew him well, was born in Saint-Pacôme in my riding. He started playing the piano when he was 5. As a student from Sainte-Anne, he perfected his art at the Conservatoire de Musique in Montreal. It was the start of a great career. Throughout his career, he accompanied many renowned artists, such as Claude Léveillé, Monique Lérac, René Claude, and many others. A prolific creator of music for TV, movies, dance, and theater, Mr. Gagnon composed, among others, the themes for La Souris Verte and Les Forges de Saint-Maurice. He was named Officer of the Order of Canada. Songs like Neige, Comme le Premier Jour, Nelligan gave us soothing music, and we will be proud each time they are played on keyboards across the world. With Kamouraska as his backdrop, André Gagnon will always live in the concert hall that bears his name in La Pocatière. To those he leaves behind, Mr. Speaker, I offer my most sincere condolences. Farewell, Mr. Gagnon.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Canada has lost a remarkable man, a rancher, a veteran, a man of faith, a survivor. After living an extraordinary life, Winston Churchill Parker died on November 16th at the age of 102. Winston was a proud Albertan who proudly served his country in World War II. He joined the Royal Canadian Air Force and was a gunner on Wellington bombers, and on his 13th mission over Europe, he was shot down and spent 3 years as a prisoner of war. But Winston endured the long march and then returned home to his beloved ranch near Millerville. Winston was always known to ride good horses, raise great cattle with a quick wit. But most importantly, Winston was revered for his countless dedication and hours to community organizations. I always enjoyed our afternoon chats and I enjoyed his stories, which are immortalized in his biography, fittingly called Saddles and Service. Winston was a brave man who lived his life with perseverance, and he left a lasting legacy for all of us. He epitomized what it was meant to be a Western gentleman, and thank you for everything he has done.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians who are waiting for a COVID-19 vaccine are disappointed with this Liberal government. While the UK and the US will start vaccinating people this month, most Canadians won't have access to a vaccine until late next year. Questions have been asked to the Prime Minister about where the plan is for vaccine distribution. How many are each province and territory getting? How will the logistics work to keep the vaccines frozen in rural locations and on reserve? Who will be first in line? Why did the government not negotiate manufacturing here in Canada? No answers have been provided. Canadians need to see a real plan. Mr. Speaker, every day in Canada, 80 people die from COVID-19. A delay of 9 months to get the vaccine could mean that more than 20,000 more Canadians will die while we wait. This Liberal government has fumbled on vaccines, and that has deadly consequences. When will we see a real plan?
The honourable member for Churchill-Kiwantanuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, people are scared. The second wave of COVID-19 is ravaging communities. Nowhere is this more the case than in Indigenous communities. Shamattawa in Manitoba has a test positivity rate of 50%. Now is the time for leadership. I commend the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit leaders. I acknowledge the engagement of the federal ministers, but things are getting worse by the hour. We need a decisive response. Cruelly, just as there is hope with the vaccine, we are seeing a shocking abdication of leadership by the Premier of Manitoba. Indigenous people in this country should be amongst the first to receive the vaccine. He has made divisive statements. He refuses to acknowledge that First Nations people in Manitoba are Manitobans. He's refused to commit to providing the vaccines they need and deserve. My message to the Premier is this is no time for division. My message to the Prime Minister is it's time to act decisively on behalf of First Nations to make sure they are not the targets of this divisive agenda. Lives are at stake.
Now, par conférence.
Now, virtually, the honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, the great Quebec pianist André Gagnon passed away yesterday. This prolific creator of music played pianos across the world. He won prizes, and his albums were sold 700,000 copies and were at the top of the charts. He also produced TV series, opera shows, and so many that it's hard to mention them all. Beyond the legacy he has left, we have to remember that he was joyful, generous. He and I had the same dentist, and one time he told me that he was going to the dentist to have a crown, and he said, "My fingers smile on the keyboard, but I do need to take care of my teeth." We'll miss him. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I offer my sincere condolences to his loved ones and to the people of the province.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
On Tuesday afternoon, Mr. Speaker, Jude Strickland was walking home from school when he was hit by a truck. It's with a heavy heart that I informed the House that young Jude passed away. He was only 11 years old. As a father who's also suffered a tragic loss of a child, I cannot express in words the pain, emptiness, and anguish of this moment for Jude's parents, Jamie and Vanessa, and Jude's 3 brothers. I know their extended family and friends and church community have joined in their sorrow and are wrapping them in love. Mr. Speaker, in true Hamilton fashion, we've seen an outpouring of support from our residents, including an ongoing GoFundMe campaign to support the Strickland family. Let this be a reminder to all of us who drive a car, pickup, or SUV to take extra caution on the roads to keep our children safe. No parent should have to endure this kind of tragedy. On behalf of the House of Commons, the residents of Flamborough-Glanbrook and the broader city of Hamilton, I offer our deepest condolences to the Strickland family. May Christ watch over you and give you peace and comfort in this painful time.
And by a video conference, the honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Newmarket Chamber of Commerce held their 31st annual Business Excellence Awards to recognize the many achievements and the important contributions that small businesses have made to our community. This year, they've shown exceptional resilience by adapting to these new times, while continuing to support generously those who are in need. And today, I'd like to congratulate all of the nominees and, of course, this year's winner, Nature's Emporium, the Red Thread Brewing Company, the Best Western Voyager Place Motel, New Make It, Benson Curley IFG, CPG, Aerospace, Optimum Pharmacy, Abuse Hurts, Eyes on Stonehaven, RC Design, and Needham Promotions. Mr. Speaker, small businesses are the backbone of our local economy, but to that I'll add, they're the heart of our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and once again, congratulations to all.
Oral questions. Questions orales.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, in a few days, the UK will have access to a vaccine. And the US, the Germans, will also be vaccinated, but not Canadians, because this government did not make the right choices. We remember a few days ago the Prime Minister said that we're not at the head of the list because we don't produce them. And can the Prime Minister explain why Pfizer is distributing today vaccines in England that are being produced in Belgium? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, while scientists are asking to do their important work to find a vaccine against COVID-19, we want to ensure that Canadians will be able to be vaccinated when the time comes, and that is why we have made sure to make the acquisition of various types of vaccines with hundreds of millions of doses so that Canadians can be safely and properly served. When they published promising results, and we are going to continue to work with all of our partners to ensure that Canadians will have access to vaccines when they will be available. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Today, I'd like to thank the Minister for her answer in French, but not because she speaks in French that I agree with her, because, Mr. Speaker, this government says one thing and then something else. Remember, there was a communique from the Prime Minister that said vaccines will start in November, and now it's December 4th. The Minister of Health and Innovation said that it'll happen this fall. Well, there's still a few days left this fall, but that doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Can the government be clear and tell us directly when will we have access to a vaccine? The Honourable Minister for Health. Mr. Speaker, we're working hard to ensure that Canadians will be able to be vaccinated when the time comes. Once we will have vaccines approved in Canada, we'll work with the provinces and the territories to create a distribution plan so that Canadians can be vaccinated. Our approach has always been science-based, and nothing will change in this respect. We'll be working in cooperation with experts such as the Consultative Council on Vaccination and other health experts, and we'll ensure that Canadians will be safe from COVID-19. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Yesterday, the General Fortin deployed the vaccination preparedness plan, and we saw what a real leader is. We finally saw someone who is managing things properly and someone who knows where they're heading. That is a real general, not like so many leaders we have here. Yes, Canadians can have confidence in their military, but for them to be efficient, they need ammunition. And what is ammunition? Vaccines. When will Canadians have access to a vaccine?
A real leader is the Prime Minister, who has been putting together a plan with all of our departments, including the Canadian Armed Forces. And I want to thank Major General Danny Fortin and, in fact, the military folks that have been working with the Public Health Agency of Canada for several months, making sure that we have the skills that we need embedded into the Public Health Agency of Canada so that we can actually support provinces and territories to immunize people. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, provinces and territories have expertise immunizing people. They do so every year, 16 million with the influenza vaccines this year, and this will be no different. We'll be be there to support them in that job.
Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, we have nowhere near enough rapid tests to isolate infections and protect our seniors. And now with no real plan, this government is also failing our seniors on vaccines. Seniors are tired. They want their lives back. They have already missed out on birthdays and family gatherings, and now the Prime Minister wants them to miss Christmas too. Mr. Speaker, what next does the Prime Minister want our seniors to miss?
Good question.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, first let me thank Canadians who are making extraordinary efforts and sacrifices to protect each other, in fact. It's Canadians that are working together to get us through this time. It's small business owners adapting and changing the ways that they do business so that they can support their workers. And we're there with them, Mr. Speaker, with wage subsidies, with subsidies for people who've lost their jobs, with supports for seniors, with supports for long-term care, with supports for provinces and territories to actually care for people in long-term care homes. Mr. Speaker, we've distributed over 7.2 million rapid tests to provinces and territories to date, and we're there to help them implementing their use.
Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but that answer is not good enough. Our seniors have been isolated and separated from their loved ones for not weeks, but months. They need to know that there's a real plan to navigate through this pandemic. But this Liberal government refuses to be upfront and honest with them. They refuse to offer these seniors the hope that comes with a plan. They deserve better. Mr. Speaker, will the minister finally offer seniors the clarity that they deserve and tell them when they can expect to have access to a vaccine?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we've been there to support seniors, and particularly in long-term care homes, where, in fact, we use the Canadian Armed Forces to help support provinces and territories who are struggling to care for seniors under their care. And, Mr. Speaker, we're going to be there for seniors in long-term care every step of the way. We've committed through our fall economic statement $1 billion to ensure that there's national standards. No matter where you live, people deserve to age in dignity. We've been there for provinces and territories. We'll continue to be there so they can deliver on their healthcare responsibilities.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, the unanimous National Assembly, the House of Commons, the premiers of all the provinces, the people of Quebec and Canada, everyone agrees we have to lastingly increase health transfers unconditionally to fight the pandemic. We're in a health crisis. The fight is taking place in our healthcare centres, and it is our healthcare personnel who are fighting it. It's just the Liberal Party of Canada that hasn't figured things out yet. When are they going to understand that in a health crisis, their job is to increase health transfers? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Every step of the way, we've been supporting provinces and territories, not just with equipment and tests and other kinds of guidance, but also with billions of dollars. In fact, $24 billion to date been spent to support provinces and territories with their health response to this pandemic. We've purchased personal protective equipment. We've purchased testing. We have helped them every step of the way to deliver on their healthcare responsibilities. We'll continue to be there for the people of Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, we are in a health crisis. We must help the healthcare network by increasing health transfers. Everyone has understood this except the Liberal Party of Canada. On December 10th, there will be a meeting with all the First Ministers. All the Premiers are going to ask for increased transfers. The Liberals will have no allies at that meeting and no allies amongst the public. Sometimes, whenever agrees on something except you should have the humility to ask yourself if you're the one who's wrong. When will they increase health transfers? The Honourable Minister of Health.
In addition to billions of dollars transferred to provinces and territories, we've been there for Quebec, whether it's through additional supports, people in long-term care homes receiving support from the Canadian military, from the Red Cross, which the federal government is paying for, making sure that people have access to rapid tests, which the federal government is paying for. We'll continue to be there for Quebec, Mr. Speaker. This isn't a time to pick a fight. This is a time to work together.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Well, only the most tone-deaf government would say they stand with seniors by letting the standards get so bad they had to send the army in. But, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are eagerly awaiting a safe, effective COVID vaccine so they can see their loved ones and return to their daily lives without worrying about spreading the virus. Yesterday, though, Pfizer confirmed it will be distributing half the amount of vaccine doses it had originally proposed, citing supply chain issues. Now, we've heard from this government that Canadians are getting 4 million doses of Pfizer's vaccine before March. March. Is that still the plan? Will the minister explain what Pfizer's supply problems mean for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been consistent in communicating our delivery window in Q1 of 2021, and given the number of variables and the novelty of the process, we're still communicating the delivery window in Q1 of 2021. We do not anticipate any impact on delivery of Pfizer vaccine to Canada, which is expected to begin in the first quarter of 2021 as planned.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Canadians are rightly worried by the Pfizer news, and the government owes them answers. Talking about a diverse portfolio of vaccines won't change the fact that Canada is way behind other countries. The UK has already approved a vaccine. In the US, the vaccine is being stockpiled on American soil while they await approval. And other countries like Germany, India, China, Brazil, the US, and UK are all producing vaccine in their own countries to ensure fast delivery. None of that is happening in Canada. Why did the Liberals like Canada fall so behind these other countries?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
Many accounts is far ahead of other countries with the most diversified, most promising portfolio of vaccine candidates in the world. In fact, the first four, which we've received very good and promising news for, are all in Canada's portfolio. More good news will be to come, of course, pending the regulatory processes. And when a vaccine is ready, Canada will be ready, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, international security experts are raising alarm bells about recent global cyber attacks against supply cold chains targeting vaccine transportation. This is a direct threat to Canada's vaccine rollout, but the Liberals have their heads in the sand. This Liberal government has already ignored the advice from our Five Eye partners when it comes to banning Huawei. Is the Prime Minister taking this threat seriously, or is he ready to gamble with the lives of Canadians and just roll the dice?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, this government has repeatedly risen to the occasion when it comes to procuring PPE for Canadians, when it comes to assembling the best vaccine candidates perhaps in the world, when it comes to supplying provinces, collaborating with provinces. Briefly, Mr. Speaker, we've come up with, at every step of the way, a response to this unprecedented pandemic. What we haven't come up with, though, is a response to the member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington, a member that member sits in caucus with every week, that he should turn around and stop this anti-vaxxing nonsense, stop this anti-science campaign, and get on the program with communicating with Canadians.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, this is why Canadians don't trust this government, because all they get is political rhetoric. It was recently revealed that the Canadian Armed Forces are preparing for the potential criminal and cyber attacks that could attack our vaccine distribution network, but the Liberal government's track record when it comes to cybersecurity is just abysmal. You know, they don't have the guts to ban Huawei from our 5G network and rarely prosecute cybercrime in this country. How can Canadians trust this Liberal government to protect our desperately needed COVID vaccines?
Parliament Secretary.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, we've come up with every day, and in fact, we're briefing Canadians now every week on the process and on the progress of our distribution and logistics effort, and there'll be more news on that today, Mr. Speaker. But these conspiracy theories keep coming from the opposition over there. They've always been a little bit fuzzy on science over there, so I'm giving him an occasion to stand up for once and for all and express on behalf of that party confidence in the Health Canada regulators, in the science of vaccines, and the end of this pandemic that was brought about as a result of the efforts of this government, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Stop blustering angrily and just actually answer the questions. It's increasingly clear the Liberals don't take hostile foreign influence seriously, and Canadians are suffering the consequences. They refuse to answer questions on a potentially politically exposed person in their own caucus. They won't make a decision to ban Huawei, going against our own intelligence officials and our allies. And now it seems they put all hopes for a vaccine in a company whose executives worked in a program investigated by CSIS. Unreal. Was this government briefed on potential security threats about partnering with CanSino?
Honourable Prime Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Speaker, we have repeatedly put in place plans for PPE. We've collaborated with provinces. We've risen to the occasion. We've put in place plans for the acquisition of vaccines and have promising candidates and an amazing portfolio of candidate vaccines. We have now plans for logistics and distribution, and we're working very, very closely, of course, with our partners in the provinces and across this country on that. But what we don't have is a response that that member should provide on behalf of her party. Look behind her, talk to that member from Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, and tell him to stop this anti-vaxxing nonsense.
It's getting order. It's getting more difficult to hear the exchange in here. It is Friday after all. And the honourable member for Lakeland.
Again, a really long answer and lots of blustering and berating, but no actual concrete answers on the question I asked. So I think here's the truth. If the Liberals actually took security officials seriously and actually listened to them, Canada wouldn't be so far behind the rest of our allies. On Global News, a former CSIS official said this government is ignoring security warnings and lacks a coordinated plan to combat the risk from China. He said, quote, "The right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing, and the National Research Council has been abused by China before in this way." So how could the Liberals just ignore all the security threats when partnering with CanSino?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
We've been negotiating vaccine candidate agreements since last summer, and we have a very diversified portfolio, and we're very, very confident in the promising news, of course, that comes out. But what we wanted to understand here, and what I think is very important for this member to do, is to stand up on behalf of her party and put an end to these crazy anti-science, anti-vaxxing, anti-end of pandemic conspiracy theories that emanate from the dark recesses of the Conservative Party.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, we are now just 5 sitting days away from the House of Commons rising, and yet the government has still not given any indication when they will be bringing legislation to Parliament on the Canada-UK trade agreement. Their deadline is the end of this month. The International Trade Minister talks about predictability and stability for businesses, and yet businesses have no idea what's in the text of this agreement. They have no idea if there's no new processes or paperwork. So when is the Minister going to be releasing the text of this agreement and bring it to Parliament?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the member well knows, we have welcomed to committee many industry representatives. We are protecting, through the transitional trade agreement with the United Kingdom, our agriculture sector, our seafood sector, our auto industry. They know that we are working on mitigation measures in the event that the transitional trade agreement does not come into force on the 1st of January. And our legal teams on both sides of the Atlantic are working very hard in order to get the text to us as quickly as possible.
Honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the government is not going to get this done by their own deadline of December 31st, exporters are facing tariffs in industries like lobster and auto and seafood and beef. So I've asked the International Trade Minister numerous times on what her plan is if exporters are forced to pay tariffs by the end of the year. Can the Minister name one part of the plan, just one part? Or will she continue to leave exporters and businesses in the dark, just like parliamentarians?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, we have spoken to our hard-working members of the industries, of the seafood industry, of the auto workers industry, of our agriculture industry. They know that we have their backs. We worked hard for them in order to get a very good transitional agreement in place, and we are working hard in order to have a parallel mitigation strategy should the trade agreement not come into force on the 1st of January. Our industries know this, and they have confidence in this government.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly, the Government of Quebec, the mayors of Quebec's 6 largest cities, and the majority of members from all parties in this House agree. It doesn't happen often, so let's take advantage of it. Everyone agrees that the Charter of the French language should apply to companies under federal jurisdiction in Quebec. The only dissenting voice is the Liberal Party of Canada. They talk about the importance of French in Quebec, but they're the only ones who are not committed to taking action. Will they or not apply Bill 101 to companies under federal jurisdiction? The Honourable Minister to the Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, official languages are the basis of our country. The situation of French is particular. There are thousands of Francophones in Quebec and an ocean of Anglophones. It is our responsibility to protect and promote French not only outside of Quebec but also within it. And that is why we're going to continue to invest in protecting it. We tabled legislation. Well, we will be ready to do so, to take action and to promote French. And we will be reviewing the OLA in that respect. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, in addition to all those I've named, there's the Union of Agricultural Producers of Quebec, the Union of Artists, and at least 3 major unions. Everyone in Quebec agrees that the Charter of the French language applies to companies under federal jurisdiction. Everyone except a handful of members of the Liberal Party of Canada. The Liberals are on their own, Mr. Speaker. Why are they unable to put an end to this false debate, since this is in fact a consensus? Why are they unable to say, yes, Bill 101 is going to apply to companies under federal jurisdiction? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in the history of our country, the Government of Canada recognized that we have to protect Francophones and the French fact in Quebec. Quebec has to be able to thrive everywhere in North America. We also have to protect our minorities, linguistic minorities. We're working very hard, and we encourage members of all political parties to work with us and to be able to produce legislation in the best interests of North American Francophones.
Member for Regina Lubin.
Mr. Speaker, when I asked this government yesterday about the nearly 600 USW 5890 members that will be working their last shift just a week before Christmas, this government's response was arrogant, dismissive, and quite frankly, disrespectful. The 2 ministers bragged about their CERB and CEWS programs like they themselves are Santa Claus, bringing the gifts of government programs to these hardworking Canadians. The problem is, Mr. Speaker, these hardworking men and women don't want government programs to support their families. They want to go to work and earn a paycheck. Why is that concept so hard for these out-of-touch Liberals to understand?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. I want to assure all Canadians our government has been there for workers throughout this pandemic and before the pandemic. Let's look at some of the measures we've put in place. The Canada Emergency Response Benefit has helped almost 9 million Canadians, providing immediate benefit, money that they needed in order to pay for things like groceries and rent. The wage subsidy, which has kept a strong relationship between employer and employee. Why? So that we can come back with a strong recovery. That relationship is important. And, Mr. Speaker, we've gone beyond federally regulated. We've offered support to provinces and territories. $3 billion for a top-up to help essential workers. $2 billion in PPE, $19 billion in a safe restart. We will always be there for work.
The Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Speaker, when hundreds of steel workers are laid off in Regina, it sends shockwaves all the way across the country, all the way to the Hamilton steel industry. Speaker, the local union leader in Regina said the Canadian steel industry is struggling because new projects are being built with cheaper offshore alternatives instead of product produced in Canada. It's time for the government to change their anti-energy policy and broken infrastructure plan. Otherwise, our steel sector will remain in jeopardy. What's the government doing to ensure steelworkers across Canada won't be facing further layoffs this Christmas?
The Honourable Minister or Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our hearts go to the workers at Evraz who are facing this very difficult moment. Our government has approved and supported the construction of major pipeline projects, including Line 3 replacement projects, TMX, KXL, and GTL 2021. From the beginning of this crisis, we have taken action to support workers. We invested $1.7 billion to create thousands of jobs through the remediation of inactive and abandoned wells, and have been supporting the sector with a 75% wage subsidy that has kept millions of Canadians working. We'll continue to support Canada's energy sector workers. Workers are at the heart of everything that we do. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
The United Kingdom has approved a COVID vaccine and will begin distributing to its citizens. Canadians wait. The United Kingdom has reduced its quarantine times because of rapid testing. Canadians wait. The United States has now reduced quarantine times as well with rapid and home-based testing. Canadians wait. Australia has announced and released its COVID distribution strategy. Canadians wait. While the rest of the world rolls out vaccines and rapid testing, why is this health minister forcing Canadians to wait while mental health deteriorates and suicide rates reach a crisis level?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the party opposite, we follow public health advice, and we follow the advice of scientists, of researchers, of medical officials, and that's how we've made every decision, Mr. Speaker, based on science and evidence. We're going to continue to work with our public health officials, with the scientists, with the provinces and territories to make sure that we do our best to keep Canadians safe. And in regards to mental health and addictions support, Mr. Speaker, I'd remind Canadians that wellnesstogether.ca has a number of supports, including access to therapists and counsellors.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, 5 months ago, the two bridge commissions in my riding wrote to this government seeking financial relief. They received no response. In October, I asked the government about this during question period. Again, no response. 2 weeks ago, I hand-delivered the Minister of Public Safety a letter on this request. Still no response. On Monday, we learned the federal government is providing financial relief to some international bridge crossings, but not all, despite each playing a vital role in supporting our economy. Speaker, why does this Liberal government not believe in fairly supporting all international bridge crossings during this pandemic?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, contrary to what my colleague just said, we are very much aware of the fact that there has been reduced traffic across our international bridges, and we're very much aware of the situation. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay. Order.
Speaker, we now have 5 confirmed cases of COVID in Attawapiskat, which could be a disaster for the North. But all across the North, First Nation families are being left behind. At Gagakakijik School, students have been forced to register legal complaints through Jordan's Principal to get the most basic supplies to keep themselves safe. They've been doing their homework at a Tim Hortons parking lot in Kenora because it's the only place to get internet access. This government gave $2 billion to look after suburban kids in the provincial system. Why did this minister abandon the children of Gagakakijik? What is he going to do to keep them safe?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
I think, Mr. Speaker, first off, the member opposite would probably appreciate an update on Attawapiskat. Our officials are in direct contact with leadership in Waha to ensure that contact tracing and isolation is underway. People should rest assured that they will have the government, that they will have the backing of the government of Canada throughout this, in particular Indigenous communities in remote and isolated locations. And as to the children with increased demands under Jordan's Principle, indeed our office in particular stands ready to help them during this very difficult time.
Member for Hamilton Centre.
Earlier this year, I was proud to join the Black Caucus in a statement calling to make our public administration actually reflect the diversity of the public that it serves. However, this week, a federal court class action claim was brought against this Liberal government seeking relief from the practice of Black employee exclusion throughout the federal public service. Mr. Speaker, if the majority of this Liberal cabinet agree that anti-Black racism exists within the federal government, what specific measures within the federal workplace, if any, has this government taken to actually address it?
Honourable Minister or Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we cannot ignore that racism is a lived reality for Black Canadians, Indigenous peoples, and people of color. We have to make sure that our public service is not only representative of the population it serves, but that it offers an opportunity for all employees to express their full potential. Our government has taken concrete steps to address anti-Black racism, systemic discrimination, and injustice across the country. Most recently, the Fall Economic Statement committed $12 million over 3 years to a dedicated Centre on Diversity and Inclusion. This will accelerate the government's commitment to achieving a representative and inclusive public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La députée de Marc-Aurèle-Fortin.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Seniors in Marc-Aurèle-Fortin are worried because of the pandemic, but also because of mental health and isolation. I recognize that the holidays will be difficult because of this isolation. Our government is giving more assistance to seniors, like the New Horizons for Seniors program. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors tell us about the assistance offered to seniors by our government during this pandemic? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Marc-Aurèle Fortin for his hard work in the community. We understand that this is a difficult period for everyone, but especially for seniors. And we have taken action on mental health, Mr. Speaker. We have funded 2,000 additional projects under the New Horizons program, just like my colleague said, this year in order to fight isolation. We also launched a new online portal, Wellness Together Canada, which brings Canadians into communication with mental health professionals. Together, we will get through this.
Member for Edmonton, Manning.
Mr. Speaker, our entire economy has been crippled by this war this government has waged on the oil sector in Alberta. Our natural resources sector declined due to the Liberal inaction. At least this is the feeling of my constituents of Edmonton, Manning, who are now at the breaking point. When will the Prime Minister stop his war on the West and support the recovery and development of Canadian oil, the most environmentally responsible and ethical in the world? The
Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Line 3 pipeline, we approved it, 7,000 jobs created. Keystone XL, our support is unwavering, 1,500 jobs created. LNG Canada, building it. Thousands of jobs. TMX, we got it approved. It's getting built. More than 7,000 jobs created so far. NGTL 2021, we approved it. Thousands of jobs to be created. Orphan and inactive wells, $1.7 billion, thousands of jobs created. And the wage subsidy, more than 500,000 workers kept in their jobs in a pandemic in Alberta alone. That's our record, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As Canada remains gripped by the COVID-19 pandemic, the rural-urban divide has grown. In my riding, Rosedale, Kelsey, Cadogan, and Alliance have postmasters that are retiring, and these villages and hamlets face the pending closure of Canada Post locations. In rural Canada, access to prescriptions, e-commerce, and financial services depend on social services, on postal service. Can the minister commit to hearing the voices of rural Canadians and ensure that there is an equitable level of service provided to them?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Well, in fact, Mr. Speaker, it is this government that has scrapped the Harper plan to dismember Canada Post and kept home delivery in place, has kept the financial capacity of that corporation going, has kept employees working at Canada Post, and heaven knows, Mr. Speaker, during this pandemic, what would we do without the men and the women of Canada Post in rural Canada, in urban Canada, and right across this Canada who are helping Canadians get through this pandemic. Thank you to Canada Post.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. Order.
Mr. Speaker, communities across Canada like Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge were optimistic when the minister announced infrastructure stimulus spending. Get your shovels ready. A full construction season has passed, the shovels are ready, but not the money needed to dig. The government talks about intersectionality. Well, we've got plenty of intersections waiting to be built. Also, projects to improve services in Pitt Meadows, better access to KC First Nations, and 4-laning in Maple Ridge. When will we see the funding promised? Or will it be a Liberal lump of coal again this year?
The Honourable Minister of Rural Economic Development.
My colleague knows very well that when the province puts forward applications, our government takes 6 weeks to process them. He brought an interesting term to the House of Commons. I want to correct the record. Intersectionality isn't used the way that my colleague used it. It's about the various ways that people's identity, like gender, disability, age, geography, indigeneity, affect the way that they're impacted by decisions. If my colleague wants more information about how intersectionality is woven into our government's response, I am happy to provide him a briefing.
Member for Bow River. Order.
Thank you. Closed, locked doors, This is the nightmare fear business people like Rowley and Langdon deal with on a monthly basis. The government's fiscal update has few details, no timelines. It provides no certainty for small businesses like Rowley. Rowley can't afford to wait months for another flawed Liberal program when this government will they support the backbones of our community, the small businesses. It needs to happen now, not waiting for another flawed program.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business.
Mr. Speaker, the federal government has been here since day one of the pandemic for our small businesses and our entrepreneurs. Over 800,000 businesses across the country have already received the emergency business account loan. That's the $40,000 loan that we had put in place at the very beginning. We just increased that loan by another $20,000, including a $10,000 grant. The rent program is now open. I encourage all entrepreneurs to access this subsidy, which can go up to 90%. We are continuing to support businesses with our wage subsidy. We are there for our entrepreneurs, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. People have questions, important questions about vaccination. We know that Canada won't be one of the first countries to get the vaccine. We know about the Canadian vaccine portfolio. We know that, but when will we be getting the first doses? Will there be enough for all vulnerable Canadians and first-line medical personnel? If the government knows, we need to know. If it doesn't know, it should tell us that too. We simply want to know the truth. The Honourable Minister of Health.
We do have one of the best vaccine portfolios in the world, with more doses per capita than any other country in the world, and a plan, Mr. Speaker, to deliver those doses to the provinces and territories who will use their expertise to immunize Canadians. This is good news for Canadians. Every step of the way, we've been transparent with Canadians. There's more information as the plan comes together, as we have more clarity about when we'll receive those doses from the manufacturer. And, Mr. Speaker, good news. Health Canada has 4 of those promising vaccinations under review right now. One that will be, decision will be rendered very soon.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there seems to be a plan, but it's not clear at all. People want to know what the specifics of the plan are. After all, people are going to have to wait more than a year for Christmas because this year's Christmas has been cancelled. It's tragic. People want to have a timeline for the vaccine, and they want to know whether there'll be enough for the most vulnerable and healthcare workers. They want to know when they can hope for lockdowns to be lifted. How much longer do they need to hang on? When does this government plan to have all vulnerable Canadians and medical workers vaccinated? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that we are all looking forward to the vaccine arriving, and we have 4 very promising vaccine candidates. Based on science, and we have a plan not only to approve the vaccines, but also for the distribution. Health professionals and scientists will guide us when it comes to how that plan will occur and the order in which people will receive vaccines. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I have a simple, clear, and easy question for this government. Since the beginning of the week, the official opposition and the Quebec nation have had a very clear request. Will this Liberal government enable Quebecers working in Quebec to speak French at work by applying Bill 101 to federally regulated businesses? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, this is the first government in the history of this country to recognize that French in Canada, particularly in Quebec, faces challenges and difficulties. Given its existence in North America. Therefore, I would ask all colleagues to work with us so that we can table a modernized Official Languages Act which protects French in Quebec and other minorities. The Honourable Member. By Christmas? We'll see. Mr. Speaker, I think that the President of the Treasury Board is losing control of his Secretariat. This week at a committee, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said that the Treasury Board had lost control of accountability. No one knows what the government is spending in real time. And the President of the Treasury Board has also totally lost control of official languages in government. The We Charity contract did not have a trace of a linguistic analysis. The situation is very serious, Mr. Speaker. Who is going to do something about the President of the Treasury Board? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our government is determined to ensure that our programs and services deliver for Canadians. When it comes to the Canada Student Grant Review, public servants under the Treasury Board explored various options and exercised due diligence. Ultimately, it was felt that the necessary powers and transfers were present to establish the program.
The Treasury Board admitted he violated Treasury Board rules on the $900 million We deal. He admitted he failed in his obligation to perform the required official languages analysis on the We deal just so they could line the pockets of Liberal insiders. Monsieur le Président, je suis un...
Mr. Speaker, I am an Edmonton MP. I'm an Anglophone. I defend French. Why does the Francophone member for Quebec not defend French? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, since 2015, promoting official bilingualism and defending French has been a core priority of our government. French is here to stay. It is part of our history. It is part of our identity, and it is part of our future. It is our duty to defend and promote it. And on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we are proud of being Francophones and Francophiles, and we are proud of the concrete actions that we have taken to defend French.
Member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Mr. Speaker, 31 years ago, 14 promising young women lost their lives in a heinous act of violence, misogyny, and hatred. What motivated the killer was that these women had the audacity to pursue higher education. We must remember the tragedy of December 6, 1989, not only to continue fighting for the advancement of women in our communities, but also to strengthen gun control. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness please inform this House of what measures we're taking so that similar tragedies don't happen again?
The Honourable Minister or Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je veux d'abord remercier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her important question and for her hard work on the Women's Caucus. This Sunday, we will be solemnly remembering the tragedy at École Polytechnique in Montreal 31 years ago. That tragedy reminds us that gender-based violence still exists and that we must do everything we can to reduce it and to control firearms. The government is bringing in increased checks when a request is made for a firearm in order to include a check regarding a background of domestic violence. We know there's still a great deal to be done. We will be bringing in legislative measures to create red flag laws that will enable us to further reduce violence.
Often Swan River, Nipawa.
Mr. Speaker, the Freshwater Fish Marketing Corporation is among this government's most troubled federal agencies. Issues ranging from poor management to high rates of workplace injury have plagued this agency for decades. In 2019, this government recommended it transition to a harvester-led cooperative or an Indigenous Economic Development Corporation. Mr. Speaker, this transition is critical for the future of Manitoba's fishers, processors, and economic reconciliation. It has been over a year. Why does this minister continue to neglect our freshwater fisheries?
The Honourable Minister or Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we understand how important the Freshwater Fish Marketing Corporation is to ensuring that harvesters and fishers can get their fish to market. We have made sure throughout this COVID crisis that we have had harvesters' backs, making sure that the harvesters' benefit applies to fishers and harvesters right across the country. When it comes to the future of the Freshwater Fish Marketing Corporation, we're going to continue to work with Indigenous nations and our provincial partners to make sure that there is a solid future for fishers of freshwater fish. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
By video conference, the honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unregistered pesticides, lost tax revenue, dangerous working conditions, undocumented workers, and links to organized crime. These are but a few of the damaging consequences of large-scale grow-ops in Essex County. Will the minister commit to a meeting with my 3 Essex colleagues from 3 parties and myself to address the federal role in this crisis?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary or Minister. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we're always interested in meeting with members of the opposition to discuss concerns they have in their ridings.
By video conference, the Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, identity theft is a scourge in our society, especially since the CERB was brought in. My constituency team has received calls from people who may be experiencing fraud. They have tried to warn the CRA, but they find themselves waiting for hours on the phone, and in many cases they get hung up on. My staff has also been trying to contact the CRA. They don't get an answer. Apparently there are technical difficulties, and even if you send an email, there's a long waiting period. People are stressed and worried. Mr. Speaker, this government has promised to fight fraud. How can it do that if it doesn't listen to Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we have identified the CRA phone lines as an essential service. The many call center workers continue to come to work, but because of social distancing, capacity is reduced. Because of this, the CRA cannot answer all calls as quickly as we might like. We will continue to look for solutions as quickly as we can, Mr. Speaker.
For Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday our government tabled an important piece of legislation on the implementation of the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Built on the former Bill C-262, this bill aims to protect and promote Indigenous rights, including rights to self-determination and self-government, equality, and non-discrimination. Will the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice update the House on the foundations of C-15 and its ability to serve as a framework to advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
I thank the member from Surrey Centre for his question and for his advocacy. Over 25 years of negotiation took place between Indigenous peoples and nation states to develop the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The foundation of this legislation, the former Bill C-262, was carefully examined by both this House and the Senate during the last mandate. It also shares many similarities with the BC Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. Our government has, through consultation and collaboration with Indigenous peoples, built upon this legacy of careful consideration to present this critical piece of legislation. It will serve as a foundation for a renewed relationship with Indigenous peoples.
Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, the Truchon decision has caused a lot of real worry for people living with disabilities in Canada. In the wake of that decision and the changes to medical assistance in dying, we have to ensure that all Canadians with disabilities have enough resources to avoid the terrible choice between a life of poverty and suffering or a premature death. Yesterday, we called on the government to establish a bold new income support program that will lift all Canadians living with disabilities out of poverty. Will the government work with us to deliver that support to people with the same urgency they gave their Bill C-7, instead of repeating the unacceptable delay we saw with the emergency one-time payment earlier this year?
The Honourable Minister or Parliament Secretary.
I thank the member for the question and would emphasize that what Bill C-7 strives to do is ensure that we have a regime that protects persons who are vulnerable with adequate safeguards and all the time respects individual autonomy and competence. With respect to supports for persons with disabilities, this is something that the Minister and the entire governmental team has been working on diligently. We will continue to hear those voices and those calls for support and continue to work to deliver that important support. Thank you.
Ça va conclure les questions orales pour aujourd'hui.
That concludes question period for today. Tabling of documents.
Député de Mégantic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During question period, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Treasury Board replied, and so I will seek unanimous consent to table the following document saying that federal institutions must ensure that initiatives submitted to Treasury Board are subject to systematic analysis with respect to official languages obligations. This is very important, Mr. Speaker.
Alors, puisqu'il s'agit d'une
Because this is a hybrid session, for clarity, I will ask those who are opposed to please say nay. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. There is no unanimous consent.
Another order. Order. Yeah. Order. We have another point of order. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During his question, the member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge trivialized a very important term called intersectionality. The Minister for the Status of Women clarified that, but I would suggest, Mr. Chair, that he use.
Yeah, I thank the honourable order. I thank the honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his raising a point of order. Indeed, I think on his point that would fall into the category of debate, and perhaps he'll have an opportunity in other times of debate in the House to raise points of that nature. I think and we have another point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe it's a point of order. As the member was trying to express himself through the point of order, there was a series of interruptions by the net. And my suggestion, Mr. Speaker, is that we got to make sure that we don't establish two types of points of order, those that are presented from the floor and those that come from the internet, because all it takes to interrupt is someone to speak, and we saw that twice during this presentation of the member's point of order. So I would provide that as a sense of advice to the chair, maybe to review what had taken place and come back with the ruling or an action.
I thank the order. I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his point of order, and I see the Honourable Opposition House Leader rising. Is that on the same point of order? L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
We have to be very clear. This house, this hybrid house, is just one house. So if people is in the house, obviously the rules is running on, but also the extension of the house is where people are, or members are in their office or at home, whatever. But this is the extension of the house. Alors donc, il faut que toutes les règles.
So the rules must apply here and outside. And to that effect, I would like to draw to your attention that when the speaker rises, microphones are turned off. And I mean microphones in the House and microphones that are in the extended part of the House in the hybrid parliament.
I thank the l'honorable député Louis Saint-Laurent.
I thank the honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent for his comments with respect to the point of order.
Mind honourable members, there is indeed a difference for honourable members to be able to interrupt the proceedings if they are online. In many ways, if the speaker is not on his feet or her feet, there will be an opportunity to interrupt the person who has the floor in a manner that is different than, for example, a member heckling in person in the House. So this is something that we are certainly trying to adjudicate, and I do encourage honourable members to, when they have a point of order, certainly if they're online, they can interrupt by activating their microphone and posing a point of order in that particular case. But they should wait until the member recognized online has finished what they have to say. And so we'll continue on that. Is that I think there's another honourable member. Je pense il y a un autre rappel au règlement.
I believe there's another point of order. The Parliamentary Secretary. Member for Louis-Hébert.
Of order, and I think it goes along the same lines that we've heard from the leader of the opposition. During question period, we've heard from members heckling online while other members were answering. I'm thinking about the member for Medicine Hat, Carts and Warner, who treated another member of clown. The problem is when you're heckling online, we see your face and we hear exactly what you have to say. That's different from the House. So I would suggest that members respect what the leader of the opposition has just said and refrain from heckling online or in the House for that matter, and that you also intervene, Mr. Speaker, when we hear language that's unbecoming of a member of Parliament, then that's unparliamentary by all accounts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank honourable members for their additional comments on the matter. It occurs to me that another manner that a member rather can raise a point of order is to use the raised hand function on the Zoom call. And believe me, we have assistants here in the House that will bring the chair occupant's attention to that. And so we'll continue to do that. I think that is all the points of order. Je pense qu'il y a un autre rappel au règlement.
I believe there's another point of order. The Parliamentary Secretary, go ahead. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I don't want to go back to what was said because that was part of my point of order. But the second is what's happening in the chamber, in the House. Because unfortunately, for those who are attending virtually, when there is some heckling, we have a great deal of trouble hearing who's speaking in the House. So there's a problem. And some people are perhaps doing it on purpose with people activating their microphone to interrupt. But if there's a lot of heckling going on in the chamber, when we're online, we have a difficult time hearing. So it's often from the same side, to Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his remarks. There is a difference between an online intervention and noise and heckling in the chamber. For members who want to participate online, there's an interruption. If someone activates a microphone when it's not a time to speak, that interrupts the debate and it makes it difficult for those to receive the comments online. So I appreciate the comments by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I think that's all for points of orders.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8)A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 5 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de
Statements by ministers.
reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Nous allons commencer avec.
We will start with the virtual petitions. Or no?
Sure.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be able to present a petition drawing the attention of the House to the horrific human rights situation of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. Recent reports as well have indicated a situation of Uyghur activists who were in Saudi Arabia being detained and potentially sent back, which raises serious questions about the ability even of Uyghurs abroad to be able to practice their faith freely, including the obligation to do a pilgrimage. Mr. Speaker, petitioners are calling on the House to take strong action with respect to the human rights situation of Uyghurs, including the recognition of what Uyghurs are facing as a genocide, and also the imposition of Magnitsky sanctions against government officials who were involved in these abuses of human rights. Magnitsky sanctions, which thus far have not been used against any officials in the PRC. So I commend this important issue to the House's consideration.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
And I rise once again to present a petition from young people in my riding of South Okanagan, West Kootenay, and my neighbouring riding of Kootenay, Columbia. These young people are very concerned about the accelerating impacts of climate change. They point out that the targets and the actions by this and previous governments are entirely inadequate. These young people want jobs that are sustainable and not for short-term gain at the expense of future generations. And they ask the government to support their future with a detailed climate strategy, with science-based targets. They want the government to eliminate fossil fuel subsidies and redirect those funds to renewable energy systems, energy efficiency, low-carbon transportation, and job training. Thank you very much.
Hear, hear.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Calgary, Signal Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased today to table a petition on behalf of dozens of Albertans who are asking for the government to enforce some of the actions for those who are involved in the illegal vital organ sales, primarily from communist China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Speaker, and I'm delighted to present petitions signed by over 850 Canadians in British Columbia, Alberta, Ontario, and Quebec, who join their voices to the thousands of Canadians urging this government to support motion M1, the Green New Deal. These petitioners are concerned by the acute climate emergency that is developing in Canada and around the world, the urgency to move to a clean energy economy, and to fight growing inequality. And so these petitioners are asking the government to support my motion M1, the Green New Deal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present a number of petitions today. The first petition I'm presenting today is calling on the Government of Canada to recognize the genocide that is being perpetrated against the Uyghur people in China, and for the Government of Canada to use the Magnitsky Act to bring the Chinese officials that are perpetrating this genocide to bear. The second petition I have today to present, Mr. Speaker, is from people from across the country. They're calling on the House of Commons to protect the conscience rights of physicians and healthcare institutions. They recognize that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees these rights, and they're calling for the House of Commons to recognize this as well. Mr. Speaker, the next petition I have to present is from Canadians from across the country. They're calling on the Government of Canada to implement a palliative care strategy. They're ensuring, they say that ensuring high-quality palliative care up till the end of life is essential to ensure that folks don't have to make choices that are unnecessary. The next petition I have to present as well is from Canadians from across the country. These Canadians are concerned about the health and safety of Canadian firearms owners. They recognize the importance of owning firearms, but are concerned about the impacts to hearing loss. As such, they're calling for the Government of Canada to open up restrictions around hearing protection and noise reduction around the use of firearms. The next petition I have, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country. They are calling for the Government of Canada to bring in sex-selective abortion restrictions, elimination. They're calling on members of Parliament to condemn the discrimination against girls that occurs through sex-selective abortion. The last petition I have to present, Mr. Speaker, is around Bills C-350 and S-240. From the last Parliament, the petitioners are calling for the Government of Canada to quickly pass legislation similar to this that would restrict Canadians from going abroad and gaining access to organs that have been illegally harvested from around the world. They're calling for the quick passage of these bills and or government legislation like it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Okanagan. North Okanagan. Yes, thank you. The Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour today to present table petition E2725 that calls on the Fisheries Minister to stop ignoring viable and sustainable proposals from British Columbians. The petition calls on the Minister of Fisheries to amend the Chinook management measures to allow marked selective fisheries and to develop and implement a comprehensive recovery strategy for Fraser River stocks of concern as soon as possible. I want to thank Mr. Butch Braidwood, who initiated the petition, and I also want to thank the thousands of Canadians from coast to coast to coast who took the time to add their names in support of conserving British Columbia's public fishery and wild Pacific salmon. Through our determination, we will show that when the people lead, the leaders will follow.
Here, here. Presenting petitions, I think we have one perhaps online. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Environmental Protection Act, or CEPA, is Canada's main law designed to prevent pollution and regulate toxic substances in order to protect the environment and human health. But CEPA is out of date and badly in need of reform, which is why I'm pleased to be presenting this petition, which garnered over 8,000 signatures. And in particular, I want to recognize two incredible young advocates, Franny and Rupert, from my riding of Victoria. They started their environmental advocacy at 7 and 10 years old and haven't stopped pushing for environmental justice. They created this e-petition urging the federal government to update CEPA, including amendments to recognize environmental rights in Canada, in particular the right to a healthy environment. In 2017, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development reviewed CEPA and made 87 recommendations. But so far, the government has failed to act. So I want to thank Rupert and Franny, organizations like the David Suzuki Foundation, and thousands of Canadians who have been pushing the government to do the right thing, update the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, and enshrine the right to a healthy environment in law.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. I think that's it. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on questions on the order paper, I would ask that the following questions will be answered today, questions 146 and 152. And then furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 142 to 145, 147 to 151, and 153 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Are there any objections to the aforementioned questions being made orders for returned and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed. Hearing no objections, agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
And any objections to that? Hearing none, agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at third reading stage of Bill C7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying.
Resuming debate, please the
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is the last step of this debate in terms of adopting C7. I'd like to remind something I said at the opening of this bill when we did clause by clause. I said that we shouldn't forget that while we're debating, people are suffering and are waiting for the results of our work. Today, I would say that they want to know
whether we're going to take care of them and listen to their voices, or whether they will have to once again bear the burden of going before the courts to have their last wishes heard. I also said that I was certain from the onset of this debate on C7 that all parliamentarians in this House had good intentions and goodwill, but that we couldn't have good intentions and want to do good things if we were not respecting the autonomy of the person dying or the person who is suffering if they've reached their threshold of tolerance for pain. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that the attitude of the Conservatives disappoints me. It's one thing to try to make your point, but it's another thing to do something that sounds like filibustering. But what bothers me even more than this is that they claim to know better than the person who is dying what is good for them, what is good for that person. Myself, I don't have that feeling. I prefer to give that person the choice. And what I have to do as a legislator is to preserve their choice. Unfortunately, the Conservatives practice state paternalism at the moral level, and it's rather particular because they're libertarian at the economic level. They don't like state economic intervention, but they do like the state to intervene in such intimate areas as their own death. The Conservatives practice state paternalism, but they're not the only ones, because we heard some practitioners, not all, who practice and who have told us and shown us that in 2020 they are still applying medical paternalism, which I find appalling. In the name of what are these omniscient practitioners acting, who know better than those who are dying or the person who's suffering what is good for them? Only God knows. But they're careful not to say it. These few medical practitioners are still antagonizing today. 5 years after the adoption of Quebec law on end-of-life care, palliative care, and medical assistance, they are antagonizing people. And these two things should be complementary. While Quebec law on end-of-life care place is made as part of the continuum of care. But this is not enough yet, because for them, the patient has to change their mind for MAID. And they manage to make them change their mind, they say. And they say this unabashedly, that they would not want to have to transfer a patient's request for MAID to another doctor who practices it, even if it's written in Quebec law. They do this obviously for the good of the patient. And they refuse to hear their voice and their wishes. It's based on this type of testimony that the Conservatives' parliamentary obstruction is based. They pretend to know better than the person who is dying what is good for them. And that's not what goodwill is. That's what violating someone's self-determination is. And I will leave the 88% of Quebecers who are in favor of free choice with respect to MAID in Quebec to be judged by the majority attitude of the Conservative Party. But what I heard in committee worries me, because I get the feeling 5 years after the adoption of legislation in Quebec about end-of-life care, I have the impression that some institutions may be circumventing the law, just as they did before the Morgenthau decision, to not allow medical assistance in dying to take place. I was really upset to hear this. If we no longer practice therapeutic obstinacy, and we're against it, when we've given people the right to die, what we call palliative care, I hope that we'll no longer practice palliative obstinacy either. Dying with dignity, Mr. Speaker, means respect for human dignity. That's not just a personal opinion. We have to treat others as an end and never as a means. That means that you have to respect their right to self-determination, to make decisions for themselves, not to apply an analysis framework, whether it's religious or other. That person is master of their own destiny, and self-determination of someone is what makes our law say that nothing can undermine your self-determination or your right to free choice. Even when it's an emergency situation, you need to have free consent, free and informed consent. This also means that at the bedside of someone who is ill, Mr. Speaker, when you do intervene during that person's most vulnerable phase of their life, you cannot impose your ideology, whether it's religious or otherwise, on the person who is dying or suffering once they've crossed their pain threshold. And that is why we say in terms of clinical ethics that the patient is the norm. We have to be able to hear their wishes, what the result of their suffering is. Some palliative care providers shouldn't take the person who is dying's wish to die as a failure. Palliative care, the process of dying, they're living through this every day. And one day a person may wake up in the morning and say, I feel serene and calm enough to let go. And I'll say it again. I hope that all my parliamentary colleagues, when they experience death, I hope they will feel that serenity as well and be able to let go, knowing that that is what they want, and that's what I wish for them. This bill, C7, responds to the Gladue-Truchon decision. The courts have answered the question. They established the limits of the state's power to intervene in end-of-life matters. The court outlines the limits in the Carter and Baudouin decisions. The court says the provisions of the Criminal Code infringe on the right to life, liberty, and security of the person. The right to life, we have to say, this means the suffering person is made to listen by committing suicide. Suicide is decriminalized in Canada, rather than waiting for when they have crossed their threshold for pain. This is considerable, Mr. Speaker. when I heard the debate at committee, people were saying, oh, 90 days isn't enough. Imagine someone wakes up one morning and they have a degenerative disease, whatever it is, and one morning they get up and then they suddenly say, I want to receive MAID. And this had never been discussed throughout their care process with healthcare professionals. They never discussed it with their doctor or their specialists. As if all of this came out of a Cracker Jack box one day and they're wondering if they have access now or if they have to wait 90 days to be sure of their decision. No, that's not how things happen in reality. That's not how things go down. Therefore, the right to life isn't something we can take lightly. People want to live as long as possible. People want to live. And when they do receive a diagnosis and they're in a suicidal state, we can reversibly treat them. Someone who learns that they have cancer, for example, aren't going to say to their doctor they want MAID. They're going to say to them, what can you do to help me? And they'll start their therapy, and they may come to a time, it may take 20 years or longer, and the doctor will tell them, we can't help you cure this disease, so now we have to start palliative care. This doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen in 24 hours. And someone who's in the doctor's office, when they receive their diagnosis, they'll tell the doctor, I want to receive MAID. He'll say to them, I'll give you some antidepressants and we'll see and start preparing your affairs, talk with your family. That's not how things go. I heard things at committee where people were saying that people established scenarios that were catastrophic, horrific, as if something happened like that. C7, therefore, is based on principles to which the Bloc Québécois adheres. Who can say that death is not the most intimate moment in someone's life? It's not the state. It's not my neighbor who will die in my place. This decision rests exclusively with the person who requests it, not with the family, not with anyone else. Obviously, criteria have to be met. And at the Bloc, we trust healthcare workers and we trust healthcare professionals. This is a rather special situation. On Tuesday, in fact, the Conservatives supported our motion that paid tribute to the work and the commitment and the goodwill of healthcare workers and healthcare professionals. And when it comes to the most intimate decision for humans to decide on their own death and not suffer, to respect their right to self-determination, well, they no longer trust healthcare professionals. Some people may not be acting in goodwill, in good faith. Well, if there are people who are not acting in good faith or people who are not acting in goodwill in our healthcare system, let's kick them out immediately. And I would also say that if there are people who think that they know better than the person or the patient who is at the end of their life and who have made a choice, and if there are healthcare professionals who think they know better than them what is good for them, I think it's time for them to really think about what respect for human dignity is. Because I get the impression that in this whole debate that there are many people who are against free choice. And when you are for free choice, this doesn't mean that you want to get rid of palliative care altogether, or that you want to send people in assembly line for MAID. What we're saying is that the person who wishes to die at the end of their process should have all the possibility to do so.
Medical assistance in dying should apply to people who are suffering unbearably and when there's nothing to be done to reduce their sufferings. Now, C7 doesn't address certain issues. There are two general points in C7. One of the things that's an advantage in C7 is that the reasonably foreseeable natural death provision has been removed because that's not a medically applicable criterion. So that's a good idea. However, there are two safeguards. Personally, I would have liked to get more details about the definition of reasonably foreseeable death. And when it comes to the safeguard, 10 days or less, with an option to not provide final consent if the patient is at the terminal stage of life, or not reasonably foreseeable death. Madame Gladu, Mr. Truchon, Madame Carter. Well, in cases like that with not reasonably foreseeable death, in those cases it's 90 days. Now, what I would have liked is that this be further specified because doctors need clarity and precision. I don't know why this criterion was brought back in, but I think it can still lead to problems. And the fact that final consent is removed to reduce the amount of suffering in cases where palliative care cannot reduce the suffering of the patient, when someone's death is irreversible and the process has already been started, I believe that that's a good thing. Now, C7 does not cover mental illness when that is the only condition. It also does not include the matter of advanced directives, for example, when it comes to neurodegenerative illnesses, and it does not cover the matter of mature minors. In C14, a parliamentary committee was supposed to have started reviewing the provisions as well as palliative care last summer, and the Bloc Québécois demands that this review begin as quickly as possible, not in 5 years, not in 1 year. People are suffering right now. This time, we should avoid having them bear the burden of going to the courts, because it's terrible that someone who's suffering intolerably, or who is practically at the point of suffering intolerably, imagine making those people having to start legal proceedings to be heard. No. It's time for us as legislators. It's time for us to pick up the burden, to do our work. Because, yes, we can get deadlines from the courts, but then we get a specific deadline. Right now, the 18th of December. And so I very much hope that we can adopt this legislation and then move into a review to address the delicate points that are not in Bill C7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Je remercie le député de Montcalm pour son discours.
I thank the member from Montcalm for his speech by video conference. A point of order. Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That the second report of the Standing Committee on Health presented on Tuesday, December 1, 2020, be concurred in.
Puisqu'il s'agit d'une séance hybride de la...
As this is a hybrid sitting of the House, for the sake of clarity, I will ask only those who are opposed to the request to express their disagreement. Accordingly, all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay.
D'accord. La Chambre a entendu les...
Very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Avec aucune voix dissidente, je déclare la...
There being no dissenting voice, I declare the motion carried.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, I have a second motion. There again have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or special order or usual practice of the House for the consideration of the supply period ending December 10, 2020, Standing Orders 81, bracket 18, bracket C, shall be amended by replacing the words 10 p.m. with the words 8:30 p.m.
Je remercie le secrétaire parlementaire.
I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Once again, this being a hybrid sitting of the House, for the sake of clarity, I will ask only those who are opposed to the request to express their disagreement. Accordingly, all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay.
Non. D'accord, la Chambre...
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Avec aucune voix dissidente.
There being no dissenting voice, I declare the motion carried.
Donc, je vous remercie. Nous étions rendus aux questions et commentaires.
Now, questions and comments for the speech that was delivered by the member for Montcalm by video conference. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et félicitations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And congratulations.
Question for the member who spoke with respect to autonomy. He spoke a great deal about autonomy in his speech. Now, I'm fairly sure that if I, as an able-bodied young person, were to present at an emergency department in the midst of some personal crisis, experiencing suicidal ideation, I suspect that what I would receive is suicide prevention, that I would be given messages told that my life is worth living, that I can get through whatever challenges I'm experiencing, and so forth. What we've heard, on the other hand, at committee is that people with disabilities report going to the healthcare system and actually, without even having brought it up, having MAID or euthanasia suggested to them, pushed on them, told they're being selfish if they not choose to go down that road. So I would put to the member, it's not really so much a question of autonomy that people in disability communities are concerned about. It's about a social determination that some people's lives are worth living and some people's lives aren't, that some people are eligible for suicide prevention, whereas other people's are not. And I would ask the member to consider that fact of the architecture of choice, the different ways in which different choices are being presented to different groups of people, and how that constitutes discrimination, and how all of the disability rights groups who came to the committee raised that specific concern with respect to this bill.
L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue I see with my colleague's question is that he seems to want to fix ableism through a piece of legislation that simply wants to give free choice when it comes to end of life. Of course, I support fighting ableism, especially since, as my colleague said, whether we're talking about people suffering from a physical or intellectual disability, we shouldn't end up causing these people to live with a social disability. It's a social problem, ultimately, and I am totally against that. Now, my colleague says some groups feel more vulnerable. I recall that Mr. Harvey, the lawyer for Ms. Carter, who won her case at the Supreme Court, was in a wheelchair. I recall that when he appeared, he said, "Have I lost autonomy? The autonomy that I'm losing here is not physical, it's not social, it's not psychological. Although in the case of some cognitive impairments it can be, but here it's a matter of moral autonomy. Whether someone uses a wheelchair or not, a person is capable of making their own decisions. And they should have their voices heard, and they are capable of that." I'd like to thank the member for Montcalm. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am an MP, but I am also a social worker, certified as such, and still an active social worker, and not long ago I was working in long-term care. In care centers where I spent time with people, I supported people who had made that choice. I supported these patients because under Quebec legislation, social workers have a critical role in supporting people who have chosen medical assistance in dying. And I may say that it's an extremely rigorous specific process. Not everyone who requests the medical assistance in dying gets it. I recall a case where a woman requested it, but the request was refused, unfortunately, because ultimately the professionals on the case decided that the person was not able to make that decision in a fully informed way. So I would like my colleague to specify the real underlying reason that many Conservative MPs don't seem to wish to move forward with C7. The honourable member for Montcalm. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a very good question. I would say that we should ask them the question, but I think we've heard from them a great deal already. It's a matter of attitude, I believe. We've heard that perhaps they don't trust care processes. We've heard about cases where there have been abuses. Personally, I think it's an abuse when we try to convince someone to do something they don't want, whether that's receiving palliative care or receiving medical assistance in dying. It's not up to health professionals to try to convince patients what they should do. That's up to the person themselves. A person who may wish either to receive palliative care or while receiving palliative care, and this is what I want personally, I want palliative care to be a minimum standard. The patient is supported. And perhaps that person will not request medical assistance in dying, or they may change their mind. And even if they don't request medical assistance in dying, previously they may ultimately request it, and that person should be listened to. I get the sense that we have colleagues here who have certain ideologies, religious or other, and they're applying that to people, and that's unacceptable because these people need to have autonomy in their choices. And that's enshrined in law. Why should that right to self-determination be taken away from us at such a personal moment, the moment of death? The honourable member for Eskimo-Saanich-Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, I want to start by thanking the honourable member from Montcalm for his important contributions in the work on this bill in the Justice Committee. I also want to thank him for a very thoughtful speech and very thoughtful answer to questions today in the House. I want to ask him about something that I was disturbed to hear, and that was some members, and I will say bluntly, from the Conservative caucus, saying that this was an artificial timeline and there was no need to pay attention to this deadline set by a court in Quebec because it was only a court in Quebec, and failing to meet the deadline would only affect Quebec. And I was, of course, very unhappy to hear this kind of sentiment expressed, both in its disdain for Quebec and its disdain for one of our courts, and its disdain for the protections that would be provided in C7 to those on the second track of medical assistance in dying. Does he share those concerns?
Député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his kind words. And I, too, found his contributions on this debate very valuable. I agree with him, unfortunately. I can't do otherwise than agree with him. Every time I heard him speak in committee, I would have to make an effort to remain calm. Ultimately, the Baudouin ruling is based on the Carter decision. People are suffering. And people have turned to us as legislators in order to take action. Imagine going all the way to the Supreme Court and then being told, do your job. You are violating the rights of people who are suffering at the end of their lives. It's quite clear that legislators should do their job. They need to comply with the Baudouin ruling. And I hope that the review will be done as quickly as possible to address the remaining essential issues, because C7 is not enough. There's very little time left. The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I just wanted to make my voice added to this debate today. In my previous work, I was a social worker as well. I have medical hospital experience, worked with a lot of patients at end of life. I'm just wondering if the member would agree that it is appalling that only 30% of Canadians have access to palliative care, and if he would not agree, or if he would agree, that if before we even offer MAID, palliative care is offered as an option. Thank you.
30 secondes ou moins, l'honorable.
30 seconds or less. The honourable member for Montcalm. I agree that it is extremely unfortunate that for 50 years, people who believe that palliative care is the solution to the issue of dying with dignity have been speaking up for that, and that not more has been done to improve palliative care. But ultimately, regardless, it's very important to allow people who are dying to make their own choices, because palliative care is not the only solution, and in many cases that leads to unbearable suffering, and I've seen that with one of my very close loved ones.
L'honorable député d'Esquimalt.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich.
Mr. Speaker, there are few, if any, issues that have come before Parliament that more clearly touch on our fundamental values as Canadians than medical assistance in dying. So let me start today by restating what I said at the beginning of my speech in favour of Bill C7 at second reading. When it comes to medical assistance in dying, the priority for New Democrats has always been and remains avoiding unnecessary suffering being inflicted on those who are already afflicted with terminal illnesses, and at the same time also avoiding prolonging suffering for the families who must bear witness to the suffering of their loved ones. Here we are in late December up against the deadline set by the Quebec Superior Court in the Truchon case. It doesn't really matter whose fault that is. Some of this delay was obviously due to COVID, but a good measure of the delay was due to the Liberals proroguing Parliament. But to me, it is manifestly unacceptable to hear some members arguing we don't have to meet the deadline because that would, quote, only affect Quebec. In any case, the time has come for this House to act on C7. But it is also time to act on another task as well. Not only has our consideration of the bill been delayed, but equally importantly, the 5-year statutory review of the original medical assistance in dying legislation, C14, is now long overdue. Members will know that some of us called on the government to get this review underway much earlier this year so that it could have helped guide the consideration of C7. Again, COVID and prorogation intervened. When it comes to medical assistance in dying, this Parliament had two tasks before us. One was the need to amend the MAID legislation to conform with the Charter
as required by the Quebec Superior Court ruling. This ruling found the current law too restrictive, and that was, in fact, the very reason New Democrats voted against C-14 at the original vote. Making MAID laws conform to this ruling is, of course, the central purpose of C-7. But as I said, the second task with regard to medical assisted dying was to conduct that statutory review of the broader issues, having had 4 years of experience with it. As a result of growing increasingly concerned while waiting for the government to get the review underway, on October 8th, I introduced motion M51. My motion called for the creation of a special committee of the House of Commons to conduct this review. Special committees have some advantages when it comes to reviews of this kind. They are granted comparatively unlimited resources by the House and are not bound by the 4-hour per week schedule specified for standing committees like the Justice Committee. And they are mandated to work on a single task and so are not subject to the kinds of delays that can occur in standing committees like the Justice Committee, where dealing with legislation must always necessarily take precedence over studies. And of course, special committees can make recommendations for action needed beyond the confines of Bill C-7 or beyond the narrow court decisions. Indeed, it was a special committee that made the original recommendations to the House that became C-14. To be clear, this broader legislative review of issues arising out of medical assistance for dying was mandated in the original legislation and was supposed to start last June at the latest. It should have taken place and would have taken place whether or not there was a court decision in Quebec. C-14 required that that review specifically look at the question of advanced requests or advanced directives, requests from mature minors, and requests where mental illness is the sole underlying condition. Yet New Democrats have argued from the beginning that the mandate of that statutory review was missing a key element. That's why my motion called for a special committee with an expanded mandate to include the question of whether the safeguards in our medical assistance in dying legislation are adequate to protect the most vulnerable among us. I'm happy to say that I believe all parties now seem to agree that that mandate should be expanded to include this question. I'm still not sure why the government is so adverse to a special committee, but I think that they will find that members of the Justice Committee would reluctantly agree to the Justice Committee undertaking this review as long as it had the expanded mandate. Though, of course, I'll still worry that time, resources, and the agenda of the Standing Committee may be too limited to do justice to the task. Now, previously I've spoken about the issues of medical assistance in dying on very personal and very practical terms. I've spoken about my mother's fears of being trapped in a hospital bed while suffering and no longer knowing her family. I've spoken of a friend who chose medical assistance in dying much earlier than she might otherwise have done out of fear of losing her capacity to give final consent because of her growing brain tumor. But now, in addition to these personal experiences, as a member of the Justice Committee, I've had the privilege of talking to dozens of Canadians over Zoom and of hearing dozens of witnesses in committee and reading even more briefs on medical assistance in dying. I have been particularly and equally touched by the stories of families whose loved ones chose medical assistance in dying over prolonged suffering, and the stories from those medical practitioners who provide that medical assistance in dying. My conversations with these families and with these doctors have helped me understand how medical assistance in dying operates in real life. These conversations have made it clear to me that the current legislation has some unintended and cruel consequences. This was evident even before the Quebec court ruling. Those who listened carefully to the terminally ill, their families, and the practitioners providing medical assistance knew well that our current law often inflicts and prolongs unnecessary suffering. Bill C-7 addresses 3 of those cases of unnecessary and prolonged suffering. And while it was not strictly required to do so by the Truchon decision, I rightly think the bill does take on that task of reducing suffering. Most importantly to me, C-7 will end the specter of patients like Audrey Parker of Nova Scotia, who felt she had to leave early and choose an earlier date for receiving medical assistance in dying because of her fear of losing competence required to give consent at the moment the assistance is rendered. So Audrey Parker felt she had no choice but to miss one last Christmas with her family. And I think we all owe her thanks for making her personal struggle public so that others would not have to face this same awful choice. C7 will fix this by waiving the requirement for final consent for those already assessed and approved for medical assistance in dying. This waiver of final consent takes away the need for any person who has, and let me stress this again, who has already decided to request medical assistance in dying and has already been assessed and approved for that assistance. It will prevent them from having to go early in order to avoid the loss of competence, which would prevent them from receiving the end to their suffering and the end to their family's suffering that they desire. Now, whether one supports waiving the requirement of consent at the moment of assistance in dying is provided, or whether you do not support that, C7 does not open the door wide to advance consent or advance directives. It's simply providing that waiver of final consent for those already assessed and approved. The topic of advanced request remains part of the mandate of the special committee I'd like to see doing that statutory review. And this is a question of great concern to many of my constituents. In fact, it's the single thing I've heard the most about from my constituents. They're concerned about maintaining their autonomy and decision-making over how their end of life takes place. They want to make sure that their wishes are respected. Now, I have to say that my discussions with practitioners providing medical assistance in dying have persuaded me that this question is not so simple as it appears on first look. As I have said, this will remain an important question for the statutory review to address, but it is not part of C7. A second cause of unnecessary suffering that C7 will also eliminate is the mandatory 10-day waiting, or as it's sometimes called, reflection period. The evidence provided in the report of the Association of Medical Assistance in Dying Assessors and Practitioners shows that nearly half the patients receiving medical assistance in dying chose to do so on or about the 11th day. What does that tell us? It tells us that their suffering was prolonged simply to meet that statutory requirement, that statutory waiting period of 10 days. I know concerns have been raised by members of Parliament about people changing their minds, but the statistics on people changing their minds about medical assistance in dying show that people do that during the assessment period before they're actually approved. So what the waiting period does is make patients hold out for days longer in what has already been assessed as intolerable suffering just to meet the statutory requirements. All patients are made to spend this time suffering, and few, if any, are actually reflecting on their situation because at this point, to relieve the pain, they are heavily sedated. If we truly respect the agency of patients who are terminal and in suffering, then we ought not to impose a cruel waiting period. Let me say how, as an aside, how disappointed I've been to hear some members of Parliament alleging that Bill C7 somehow creates the possibility of what they call, quote unquote, same-day dying. It does nothing of the kind. That would be possible only if the medical professionals involved skip their duties and their professional responsibilities as prescribed in law and in their own professional codes of conduct. That's what it would take to produce such a result. And making this false allegation is insulting to the patients and to the medical practitioners who provide this service, and it demonstrates only how little those who use that term know about the actual process of medical assistance in dying. Another misleading, quote, fact that has often been cited in this debate occurs when members ask, how can anyone support C7 when, quote, doctors oppose it? What those members are referring to is a petition submitted to the Justice Committee, granted, a petition signed by more than 700 physicians. But what this selective citing ignores is that the Canadian Medical Association, which represents more than 70,000 doctors, has come out squarely in favor of C7. That's nearly 100 times as many doctors as those who signed that petition. Now let me also point to another positive change in reducing suffering in C7, which has been, I believe, willfully misconstrued. And that's the reduction of the requirement of having 2 independent witnesses to the signature of the patient request for medical assistance in dying. This change was suggested by practitioners as a result of the experience they've already had with C14. Clinicians and families often found the process of identifying a second independent witness was difficult especially in rural and remote areas, because of the requirement of independence, and that it often also raised privacy concerns by involving an extra person in this process. Remember, the purpose of witnesses is only to verify the identity of the person making the request. 2 independent medical assessors have already been involved each and every step of the way through the process. They've already had to certify the patient's eligibility for MAID. So practitioners have said the second witness provision is unduly restrictive, and again, often only ends up unnecessarily prolonging suffering. At this point, I want to turn to some of the specific concerns about C7 which were raised at the Justice Committee. The first concern is about the removal of the requirement that death be reasonably foreseeable in order to proceed with medical assistance in dying. Of course, this provision was removed by the Quebec court decision, not by Bill C7. What C7 does is to make sure medical assistance in dying legislation conforms to the decision of the court that limiting medical assistance in dying to cases where death was imminent was a violation of the charter rights of patients whose death might not be on the immediate horizon, but whose condition left them in intolerable suffering. So what C7 does is create a second track for those whose death is not imminent. And what it does is to specify a second set of requirements and safeguards appropriate for the second track. So the decision about whether the reasonable foreseeable provision should be removed is not a decision taken in C7. It's a decision taken by the Quebec courts, and I do believe that that is consistent with the Carter decision originally. Again, I want to take a moment to address those who say there's no need to meet the deadline imposed by the Quebec Superior Court and remind them that without C7, those whose death is not reasonably foreseeable will come under the existing requirements immediately, and they will be without any of those conditions specified in C7 as appropriate for the second track. So whether or not you believe those safeguards are adequate, I just ask people to understand if we don't meet the deadline, there are no safeguards in that second track at all. So I believe most of us do accept that there are good reasons to differentiate between the 2 tracks and to have additional requirements appropriate for those whose death is not imminent. C7 rightly sets out a more restrictive process and therefore requires more time for assessment and decision-making for the second track. It does not set a reflection period of 90 days. It sets an assessment period of 90 days. And I think that's an important distinction. It's not a maximum of 90 days, or 60 days, sorry, maximum of 90 days. It's a minimum of 90 days. And so I don't think we should get confused on that point. A second concern I want to address is the very important concerns of the disability advocates that with the removal of the requirement that death be imminent, there will be pressure on the vulnerable in our society to choose medical assistance in dying. Nothing in C7 changes the very high standards set in the original C14 for receiving medical assistance in dying. In order to receive this assistance, patients must have a condition that is incurable. They must be in an advanced state of irreversible decline, and they must face intolerable suffering. This means that C7 doesn't open the door for MAID wide, as some have suggested. But let me be clear here. I do not in any way wish to dismiss the concern of the disability community over their vulnerability. That's why I've been calling for the expanded mandate for the statutory review that would require it to consider the question of whether safeguards to protect the vulnerable in our medical assistance in dying legislation are adequate. And again, this may require a special committee to look beyond the narrow confines of the medical assistance in dying legislation to other health legislation and other social support legislation. That's why my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Elmwood-Transcona, and I have just delivered today a joint letter to the Minister of Disabilities calling for a new national income support program set at $2,200 per month for all persons with disabilities. This would be a single national program to replace the patchwork of provincial programs that rarely come close to the amount that we've all now acknowledged with CERB as the minimum necessary. Providing such a benefit would be an important step toward a guaranteed basic income for all Canadians. But more importantly, in the context of this bill, this would provide support at a level that would help avoid placing persons with disabilities in a position where dying looks like a better option than living without the supports they need. Failure to provide the necessary resources to ensure that everyone can enjoy full and equal participation in life is a long-standing and ongoing black mark on the federal parliament and all provincial parliaments. We have only to look at the failure to deliver additional assistance promptly to persons with disabilities during this pandemic to remind ourselves how often we forget about those living with disabilities. As we consider how to recover from the pandemic, I hope we can adopt this proposed federal program that would provide all people with disabilities the equivalent of a living wage. This would be an important step toward relieving those fears about having to make a terrible choice eventually with medical assistance in dying. Given the speeches from all parties stressing the need to take the situation of people with disabilities seriously in light of the Quebec Superior Court decision, I believe we should be able to marshal immediate support for this proposal in a minority parliament. It would be an important step in mending the gaps in our social safety net that COVID has revealed, but COVID has also taught us we can roll out income support programs quickly when we really want to do so. As I near the end of my time, let me take a moment to address one last phenomenon I've observed in our committee discussions and one which I found very disturbing. That was the tendency of some members to mix together issues of suicide and medical assistance in dying. These are two completely different issues, distinct both medically and morally. Medical assistance in dying does not provide a way to take one's own life. The testimony from physicians and families involved in medical assistance in dying told us very clearly that no one involved in medical assistance dying wants anyone to die. Not the families, not the physicians, and certainly not the patients themselves. Medical assistance in dying is about those who are already dying and are far along that path and in intolerable suffering. It's about them being able to have control about how their life ends and when that suffering for them and their family will come to an end, not about choosing to die. New Democrats continue to support Bill C-7 as it contains significant measures that will help bring an end to unnecessary suffering and to provide the necessary safeguards for the second draft of those whose deaths is not reasonably foreseeable, and it will do so in time to meet the deadline, hopefully imposed in the Touchon decision. But we will continue to demand that we get started on the statutory review, which should already have begun. Proceeding with C-7 without proceeding with the review is only getting half the job done on medical assistance in dying. And at the same time, it potentially undermines public support for medical assistance in dying, which so far has only continued to grow. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to say again that I believe as a society we must do a better job of providing for the most vulnerable among us and those who are differently abled. In the cases of both the tragic deficiencies in end-of-life care and in the lived experiences of people with disabilities, COVID has taught us how much further we have to go toward a fully compassionate and a fully equal society. I urge us all as parliamentarians not to ignore those lessons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? I think we'll go first to the honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the honourable member has any concerns about the fact that the CMA actually never consulted with its members on C7. Isn't it disingenuous to suggest that they all agree when they were never consulted? It sounds like fake news to me.
Honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, this is one of those questions that I'm always ashamed that gets asked in Parliament. I'm not in the business of undermining professional organizations in terms of how they represent their members, nor am I in the business of spreading fake news. But I would have to say, given some of the comments of that member in this Parliament, in this debate, I can see why fake news is on her mind.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan, on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I understand that this is a challenging issue and passionate issue, but that member's insult to my female colleague just went way over the line for any kind of parliamentary discourse, and he should be required to apologize for it.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. However, I didn't hear anything unparliamentary in the honourable member's response, so I don't think we're crossing a line there. So we'll continue with questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I worked with my colleague from Montcalm on this issue. As the critic for the status of women, I defend the rights of women who consult me on this issue. They're concerned. They're asking me where we are in the process, and they're ready to testify. And after the vote on C7, I spoke with the representative from the government of Quebec who is following what's happening and who's waiting to see what will happen with the December 18th deadline. We learned this morning in the Devoir that the leader of the Conservative Party is not at all worried about this issue of December 18th, and he's also not concerned about the effects of not having safeguards for Quebec. So I'd like to hear a bit more about the effects that this creates if we don't have an agreement in place by December 18th for those who are suffering.
I thank the Alderman for Shepard for her question. I think it's a very important question, and I too share her concern. I had not actually seen the comments by the leader of the Conservative, but I've seen it from other Conservatives that somehow imply that we don't need to take into account the considerations of people facing these issues in Quebec by meeting the deadline in the court. Now, of course, why are we in this late date to meet the deadline? That lies squarely at the feet of the Liberal government. But I do believe it's important that we provide approval of C7 in time to meet that deadline imposed by the court so that we don't leave people in Quebec without necessary protections.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I always learn so much from my colleague, the member for Esquimalt, and I really appreciate his very thoughtful speech today in this House. The coverage on it was remarkable. I did want to ask him, through you, Mr. Speaker, of course, the idea of providing dignity, whether that's dignity in the choices that these patients are making, the dignity of the health community, the dignity for people living with disabilities, and the letter that was sent to the Minister for Health to provide additional dignities, and how we as a federal government can provide more supports. The $2,200 is absolutely a start, and in terms of a guaranteed basic income, it's an absolute start, but what more can be done? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her kind words disguised as a question. I would like to say that the proposal that we've made to the government for a federal income support program at the national level would free up lots of money in the provinces, and it would be my hope that provinces would then use that money to provide, that they had been providing for income support, to provide those additional methods of assistance to people, whether it's modifying homes so they can stay in their own homes, whether it's care assistance, whatever those people with disabilities need to reach their full potential in life, would be more available if the provinces could then shift that money to providing those supports. So I think it's really, really important that this Parliament seriously consider, again, taking away that fear that many in the disabilities community have, that the failure to provide them supports makes them make uncomfortable and awful choices down the line. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, I want to thank the member for his comments. There was a report that I read this morning from the Canadian Mental Health Association in collaboration with the University of British Columbia that said during this time of COVID that 4 times as many Canadians are having suicidal thoughts. And so we're facing some very serious mental health issues right now that are leading to people considering and most likely performing it. And I know that there are some that are requesting MAID. I know of one person, actually my assistant, told me that her friend, his grandmother, 100 years old, very vibrant, social person, like to get together with people and in good health for 100 years old, but because of the lockdown and the safety precautions, necessary safety precautions, she She was isolated and became more and more depressed, and she sought MAID. She sought MAID and was approved for it even still, even though she was healthy. So my question is this right here, is I know the legislation is meant to protect people not meant for people that have mental health challenges or depression, but we see that in this situation it's approved, and that is a concern that mental health or mental anguish, depression will lead to MAID. I wonder if the member talked about being for terminal illnesses.
Okay. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There are so many things I would like to address in that question. But first, I want to stress again that medical assistance dying has nothing to do with suicide. These are two completely different issues. I do respect the challenges that COVID has brought in terms of mental health across the country. That's a separate issue for us to address. In the example he gives, he's doing something that's been done over and over again, and that is repeat secondhand anecdotal information, which I have no way of verifying, nor does he. But I would have to say, on the face of what he said, this person does not and could not qualify for medical assistance in dying. Mental illness as the sole underlying condition is not allowed as a condition for medical assistance in dying. And if a practitioner had provided it solely on that basis, they would be in violation of the law and their professional ethics. So in those cases, I have to say, we've seen a report on medical assistance in dying, and on the number of complaints that have been filed of professional ethics or criminally for people being provided medical assistance in dying who are not eligible is zero.
Questions and comments? The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. Excellent job at taking down many of the points that have been raised in opposition to this bill. And it was disappointing to hear Trump-like language in an attempt to undermine the Canadian Medical Association. And I would like to ask the honourable member, because this entire opposition seems to be a lack of trust for the medical profession, that they cannot regulate themselves, they cannot provide the necessary oversight, even though they do so for medical procedures all the time. And I was hoping he could comment on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
I thank the honourable member for the question because it gives me a chance to thank 4 practitioners who I'm not naming for reasons of privacy, who provide medical assistance in dying, who shared a lot of their personal time with me to talk about what it means to them as a physician to provide this service. And they feel that medical assistance in dying is a way of fulfilling the highest ideals in their medical oath, in that they are assisting people in avoiding unnecessary suffering, and they are assisting families in that task. And I have to say, they've been frankly appalled by some of the wild charges that have been alleged about what they're doing when in their professional task in helping people with the end-of-life issues they face.
Questions and comments by video conference. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Sorry, I had some trouble getting off mute. I want to thank my honourable colleague. We share some geography and being Saanich Gulf Islands and he being Esquimalt Saanich Sooke. Anyone observing will know that our ridings are near each other, and I could not be prouder to have someone from Vancouver Island so strongly explain, so clearly set out the difference between what's in this legislation and some of the, I think, quite unfortunate, even deliberately fear-mongering the statements that we've heard in this House, and I regret very much that Canadians could imagine for one moment there was such a thing as same-day death approved in this Act. I want to, on behalf of the Green Party, I think I can take the leap to say we totally support and are very pleased with the initiative of the honourable member and the member for Elmwood-Transcona to ensure disability payments, to ensure essentially a first step toward guaranteed livable income. I see the speaker, and I will wrap quickly by just asking, can the member quickly explain again the safeguards that would prevent some of the more extreme examples that have been put forward in the House?
Honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Well, I thank my neighbour for her very kind question. The point I made in my speech, I want to stress again, that Bill C-7 does not change the basic requirements for receiving medical assistance in dying. Someone must have an incurable medical condition
they must be in an advanced state of irreversible decline, and they must be in a state of intolerable suffering. And there are 2 independent medical assessors required to certify that that patient meets those requirements. If and only if those requirements are met, then they can proceed to a medical assistance practitioner, doctor or nurse practitioner, who can then render that assistance to people in what are sometimes very difficult moments at the end of life.
Comme il est 13h30.
As it is 1:30, the House will now move on to private members' business under the order sheet today. Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-232, Climate Emergency Action Act, standing in the name of Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan, seconded by Ms. Collins, and I confirm that they're both online, that Bill C-232, an act respecting a climate emergency action framework, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Debate, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre. Ms. Gazan, I think your mic just needs to be activated there. There you are. Good. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just like to share how honored I am to be here with all of you today to share my first private member's bill as a member of Parliament. It is a very exciting day for sure. Close to 50 years ago, in 1972, the first international meeting on the environment took place where member states adopted the Stockholm Declaration, which affirmed our responsibility to protect the environment for future generations. 2020, we have failed. We have failed in upholding this commitment, and we now find ourselves in a climate crisis combined with a human rights crisis in our failure to recognize a clean, healthy, and safe environment as a human right. Something that has been recognized by 156 out of 193 member states. Canada is far behind in the world in taking bold actions against the climate emergency. And this climate emergency is threatening everything we know, everything we value. Wildfires, flooding, extreme weather is worsening. The futures of our children and grandchildren's lives are on the line. All life is now on the line, and everything depends now on the actions that we take. In fact, the Canadian Pediatric Society indicates for children that children are among the most vulnerable to the health impacts of the climate crisis. Young people also report frequent experiences with anxiety related to their fears around the climate emergency. And the reality is that anxiety is based in fact, because we are running out of time to turn things around. In fact, Canada has not met a single climate target it has set. Not a single climate target. And young people, Indigenous peoples, and civil society groups want action and accountability from our government. The impacts of the climate crisis are already being felt in Canada, particularly in the Arctic and along the coast, disproportionately impacting Indigenous nations, rural communities, and communities composed of members from marginalized and racialized groups. In fact, the climate emergency has significantly impacted and destroyed the traditional territories of Indigenous peoples, in turn impacting livelihood. And this was in fact noted by the current UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment as released in a report outlining how the lack of legal right to a healthy environment has a direct impact on Indigenous peoples and racialized communities in Canada. And we are witnessing around the country that individuals, Indigenous nations, and young people want action, real action, to address the climate crisis. And I know our party, the New Democratic Party, share this concern and honor that this cannot be achieved without the recognition and respect of the fundamental human rights of Indigenous peoples, as affirmed in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And Canada's nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples must be respected. There is no reconciliation in the absence of justice. And this bill will be a step forward towards climate justice and upholding human rights, particularly with Indigenous people, something that the current Prime Minister indicated was the most important relationship. People are tired of words. We are faced with the biggest existential threat, and yet we have a government who continues to fail to act, continues to willfully violate the human rights of Indigenous peoples on their own watch. There is no reconciliation in the absence of justice, and that also includes climate justice. Moreover, Indigenous women are experiencing the most direct impacts of the climate emergency. Their interests must be specifically considered under Article 22 of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which states, particular attention, in quotes, particular attention shall be paid to the rights and the special needs of Indigenous elders, women, youth, children, and persons with disabilities in the implementation of the Declaration. It also states, states shall take measures in conjunction with Indigenous people to ensure that Indigenous women, children, and children enjoy the full protection, and guarantees against all forms of violence and discrimination. I think it's important to note that in the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls, they found actually, in fact, a direct correlation that exists between an influx of transient workers, those who arrive mostly in isolated towns and cities from elsewhere to work in mines or industries like oil and gas and hydro, and higher rates of sexual assault, harassment, STIs, and human trafficking. A right to a healthy environment and human rights of women and girls is always interconnected. We are sisters. We are mothers. We are aunties, and we are grandmothers. And our bodies and our lives are sacred. Sacred like our Mother Earth, whose life she provides, needs to be honored, just like our women, our girls, our sisters, and our aunties, and our grandmothers, who continue to face unimaginable violence for the purposes of economic gain. We are sacred beings. And in addition to women, girls, and transgendered. Indigenous peoples are among the most impacted by the climate emergency, including disrupting traditional ways of life and food security, especially in the north, which is warming up at a much faster rate. And this has given a rise to costs for imported food alternatives, leaving individuals with only being able to afford unhealthy food options, contributing to greater food insecurity and negative impacts on health. Indigenous people in Canada are among the lowest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions in the country, yet research indicates they are the most impacted by the climate crisis. Indigenous peoples have experienced the impacts of the climate crisis for generations and are most often the ones on the front lines fighting to protect our Mother Earth. I have joined them on those front lines. We must respect Indigenous science and knowledge that provides a complex understanding about how to address the climate crisis, which is why it informs the development framework of Bill C-232. Yesterday, I was really happy to see the government introduce Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which is why I am so pleased, especially to rise today, to present my PMB, Bill C-232, the Climate Action Emergency Framework. The first test of this government's commitment to uphold the human rights articulated in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Bill C-15 requires that all new legislation from this House be consistent with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and I am very proud to say that Bill C-232 is consistent with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. A bill that supports the development of a made-in-Canada Green New Deal that ensures that Canada takes all measures necessary to respect its commitments under the Convention on Climate Change to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and that it does so while fully complying with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We have international commitments as well to fight other international commitments as well to fight the climate emergency and uphold human rights. And this includes the UN Convention on Climate Change, the Paris Agreement, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I can't say that too many times. This bill upholds these international agreements and recognizes the right of all Canadians to a safe, clean, healthy environment as a human right. And there is widespread consensus that human rights norms apply to environmental issues, including the right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And in fact, more than 100 countries in the world have recognized this human right in their legislation or constitution, and it's time for Canada to follow their lead. The Parliament of Canada has recognized that we are in a climate emergency. So the fact that this government fails to appropriately react and continues to put forth plans that will not allow us to meet climate targets needs to end. Bill C-232 calls on the Government of Canada to take all measures necessary to mitigate the impacts of the climate emergency and provides a framework to achieve a made-in-Canada Green New Deal with accountability and transparency measures to hold the government to account. This framework would save lives and mitigate the impacts of the climate emergency on public health, the natural environment, and on the economy while upholding, lifting up human rights. If the government is serious about Bill C-15, and I do hope they are, supporting this bill would be an act of good faith and a first attempt by this government to demonstrate that it is serious in its commitment to adopt and implement the United Nations Declaration on the rights of Indigenous peoples. It is time we begin divesting from fossil fuels and reinvesting in a green economy that brings workers along, increases employment in the green energy sector, increases investment in green infrastructure and housing in respect of human rights. Bill C-232 provides a critical framework for this transformation to achieve a transformative climate action legislation. We are running out of time. We must act now. Our ability to survive depends on what we do now. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about the importance of climate action as an issue, Indigenous people is far too often overlooked. And the best example I could give is often when I'm knocking on doors in Winnipeg North, I will run into individuals that were evacuated because of Lake St. Martin flooding that had taken place back in 2011. For years, they've been away from their homes because then, and it happened to be an NDP government, intentionally flooded areas, including the Lake St. Martin, which displaced Indigenous people, Mr. Speaker. And it was very, very severe, and we're still paying the cost of that. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide her thoughts in terms of how it is so important that the federal government work with provinces and vice versa so that we can deal with these two critically important issues.
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague and just remind him, certainly with other colleagues around to which he works, that human rights should never be a partisan issue. Human rights are human rights, and I find it unfortunate, particularly coming from a member who has the highest child apprehension rate in the country, that he fails to even bring up in the House another human rights violation, that he consistently makes basic human rights a partisan issue. Human rights should never be partisan. I will always hold up human rights.
Questions and comments? And we're going to try and keep these interventions to about 45 seconds. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd just like to thank the member for opening the debate here today. She is very passionate. I've sat in committee with her and benefited from our discussions, and so I congratulate her on, again, focusing on items that are very important to her and to her residents. Mr. Speaker, there are many pieces of legislation, C-215, her own piece of legislation we're debating today, as well as C-12, that all relate to climate accountability in some way, shape, or form. How would the member say that her legislation is superior to the Liberals' bill or to the Bloc Québécois Bill C-215? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, I think what my bill provides is certainly a consultation framework so that any climate emergency action framework would be developed in direct consultation with civil society and Indigenous peoples. It would not just be directed by the minister, but by people on the ground. It also has very clear accountability measures, and in staying consistent with what we heard with Bill C-15 yesterday, it also meets the new requirement to be any legislation has to be compliant with the minimum human rights outlined in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People.
Alors, la question et l'observation.
By video conference, the Honourable Member for Avignon and Mrs. Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the introduction of her bill, and I'd like to congratulate her on her action against the climate emergency. We've heard her reference UNDRIP, and it's excellent. And in the bill, the Paris Accords is also mentioned with regard to the 2030 targets. However, I don't see anything truly binding in the bill. Nothing about binding targets for GHG emission reductions or an action plan from the government to reach the targets. Beyond a bill that focuses on consultations, doesn't she think that legislation to fight the climate emergency should be more binding?
Well, I would like to first thank my honourable colleague for all the work that she's done on with her private member's bill. I've had the pleasure of speaking with my colleague on the phone. In saying that, there's a couple of reasons I didn't put specific targets in. One, I want it to be open to be able to shift as science shifts. And we do have, it is binding because as Canada is obliged to adhere to international agreements that they have decided to participate in. They certainly made a commitment to in Paris. They will not meet the commitments, international legal obligations that they have put forth. So it actually does have legally binding contexts, which include international and domestic law, and as well Indigenous law.
That's all the time we have for questions and comments. So now we will go to resuming debate. And the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development for the Western Economic Diversification.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-232, an act respecting a climate emergency action framework. And I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the bill's sponsor, the member for Winnipeg Centre, and thank her for her advocacy on many important policy matters, including UNDRIP, and I hope she will pass on my thanks and good wishes to her partner, Romeo Saganash, who of course played an instrumental role in UNDRIP in the last Parliament. Her bill today speaks to an issue of urgency and importance that the government and Canadians also share: climate change. Canadians know climate change threatens our health, our way of life, and our planet, Mr. Speaker. They want climate action now, and that is what the government will continue to deliver. Mr. Speaker, Bill 232, an act respecting a climate emergency action framework, aims to legislate the government's commitments under the United Nations framework on climate change, particularly its 2030 GHG emissions reduction target, while also complying with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP. It requires the Minister of the Environment to implement a climate emergency action framework in consultation with Indigenous peoples and civil society, and to table in Parliament a report on the framework within 1 year and a report on its effectiveness 3 years later. Mr. Speaker, another private member's bill, which we've heard about a few moments ago, Bill C-215, an act respecting Canada's fulfillment of its greenhouse gas emissions reduction obligations, aims to ensure Canada fulfill its obligations under the Paris Agreement to reduce Canada's greenhouse gas emissions. The fact that these two PMBs both relate to climate change and have been brought forward at this time by different MPs demonstrates the importance of this issue for all Canadians. Canadians continue to face the impacts of climate change during the COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Speaker, from forest fires and floods to ocean pollution and coastal erosion. Canadians are experiencing the impacts of climate change each and every day. Canada's climate is warming twice as fast as the average in the rest of the world. In the north, warming is nearly 3 times as fast. The effects of warming are already evident in many parts of Canada and are projected to intensify in the near future. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that climate change is a global issue. The science is clear. We cannot wait for the future to stop polluting or to take steps to adapt to the impacts of climate change. Climate change action must start now. According to the 2018 Special Report on Global Warming of 1.5 degrees C by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, human activities have already caused approximately 1 degree C of average global warming since the pre-industrial period. This special report also finds that global emissions must reach carbon neutrality around 2050 to limit warming to 1.5 degrees C an objective that was identified in the Paris Agreement. There are clear benefits, Mr. Speaker, to limiting global temperature increases to 1.5 degrees C rather than 2 degrees C or higher. And the Government of Canada recognizes the importance of these findings and agrees that more action is needed globally and here in Canada. Addressing the climate change issue requires effective policies that will measurably reduce Canada's GHG emissions over the decades to come while promoting clean growth. And we are ready, Mr. Speaker. We are ready to take the necessary and decisive action to advance Canada's fight against climate change. This September, we made a commitment in the speech from the throne to bring forward a plan to exceed Canada's 2030 target and legislate Canada's goal of net zero emissions by 2050. We are committed to reaching net zero in a manner that creates a globally competitive economy. Reaching net zero, however, Mr. Speaker, is a long-term project and, importantly, a short-term project as well. But it is also a tremendous opportunity for a more prosperous and resilient future. Achieving net zero will require careful calibration to reflect Canada's unique circumstances, including demographics, geography, the importance of our traditional resource economy, and shared jurisdiction on the environment. Now is the time, as economies reset, to set into motion some of these measures. We can take into account the impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic, the context of economic regrowth, and the transition to a sustainable low-carbon economy. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we can build back better. We will seek the advice of experts and Canadians as we chart our path to net zero emissions in a way that supports sustainable growth, is sensitive to economic needs across the country, and makes life more affordable for Canadians. Net zero is not just a plan for our climate, Mr. Speaker. Net zero is a plan for our economic competitiveness in the global marketplace. But transforming our economy for the future is not something one government can or should do alone, Mr. Speaker. It will take time. And to get this right, we have a lot of work to do with industry leaders, civil society, Indigenous communities, and all Canadians. In the coming year, the government will seek the advice of experts and will consult with Canadians to identify pathways to net zero that integrate its environmental, energy, and economic objectives. We will seek input from Canadians on how Canada should innovate and transform our economy to ensure a just transition to a low-carbon economy. And Mr. Speaker, that is why the Minister of Environment and Climate Change introduced on November 19th in the House of Commons, Bill C-12, an act respecting transparency and accountability in Canada's efforts to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2050, also known as the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act. This legislation puts in place a clear framework for reaching net zero. It requires the setting of national targets for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions at 5-year intervals, and it ensures, Mr. Speaker, transparency and accountability through requirements for emission reduction plans, progress report, and assessment reports with respect to each target. Plans will contain important information such as a description of the key emissions reduction measures the Government of Canada intends to take to achieve the target for a particular milestone year. And clearly, Mr. Speaker, many of the themes presented in both Bill C-215 and Bill C-232 echo our government priorities, and I want to thank the honourable members who I have seen in the House for their contribution. Bill C-12 aims to provide a stronger framework for achieving Canada's climate change plan, as it is not only a plan for our climate, but also a plan for our economic competitiveness in the global marketplace. If we want to be competitive in the net zero emissions economy of tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, we must stay ahead of the pack. It is good news to see that this House is united in finding a legislative framework to get us there. Once again, I thank the member for bringing forward such an important topic, and I look forward to further discussions on Canada achieving its climate targets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've always greatly enjoyed private members' business, and to hear ideas and passions of different members of this place is always an important part on how one member of Parliament can make a huge difference to his or her riding and to our country. They can draw attention to an issue not yet contemplated by the government or present an innovative approach to a vexing public policy problem. While they can be extremely divisive or sometimes bring people together, they are certainly good for our democracy and our way of life. Indeed, when the members of the third party voted with this minority government to shut down this place earlier this year, my first thought is, why would you deprive your members of that critically needed time for private members' business? That said, I'm not a member of the fourth party, and I trust they were happy with that decision. Moving forward to Bill 232, I must confess to feeling a little bit like the movie Groundhog Day. Although I will say, Mr. Speaker, with so many Manitoba MPs speaking today, I guess we could call it Winnipeg Day. I say that because of what Bill C-232 proposes is very similar to what the Liberal government Bill C-12 proposes. And I do realize there's some key differences. As I did in the debate on Bill C-12, I referenced the history of where Canada is at. Nous savons qu'en 1980,
we know that in 1993, former Liberal Prime Minister Jean Chrétien promised to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 20% from 1988 levels by 2005. We know that the Liberal promise was broken. We also know that in 1997, Prime Minister Chrétien signed the Kyoto Agreement with another province, this time to reduce emissions by a smaller amount, 6% from 1990 levels. We know that in 2006, when the Liberals were elected, Canada was at 30% above that target. Therefore, we know that the former Prime Minister Harper had to remove Canada from the Kyoto Accord because we would never meet those binding targets. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that in 2009, at the Copenhagen Climate Conference, Prime Minister Harper matched the U.S. target to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 17% from 2005 levels by 2020 as part of a non-binding agreement. In 2015, shortly after the election, the Prime Minister sent the largest Canadian delegation in history to attend the Paris Climate Change Conference at a cost of more than $1 million. Canada was back, he said.
While in Paris, despite often criticizing the former Harper government, ultimately this Liberal government adopted those same targets that they said would be a minimum. Of course, we all know today that this Liberal government has massively failed to reach that so-called minimum. In fact, some reports suggest this Liberal government may be off the target by 123 million tons. Now, obviously, that is why we're here today debating this bill, and why last week it was Bill C-12. I have to say Bill C-12 was quite fascinating from a political perspective. It literally kicks the can so far down the road that it will be up to future governments and ultimately the government of the day in 2050 to deal with. How do we get there? There is no roadmap, no solutions, and no costs and no penalties for failure. Well, what there is more of the same. More promises to do better down the road, we promise. And Mr. Speaker, enough about C-12. Getting back to C-232. Le projet de loi
Bill C-232 proposes that Canada meet at a minimum greenhouse gas emission targets set for 2030 under the Climate Change Convention. And a bit like Bill C-12, it is completely silent on how this will really happen. And this has been the underlying promise by every federal government to return to promises made in 1993. Easy to make promises on targets, but not so easy to meet them. To be honest, I don't think we need Bill C-232 and a C-12 in the future. I think that we need one of those two bills. And to end the suspense, let me be clear that I already support Bill C-12. And as a result, will not support Bill C-232. And I'll explain why.
Realistic to have two different regimes as we would have as this bill was passed in addition to C-12. In my view, we need to ensure that industry and innovation need to be part of the solution. One of the things that the Liberals' recent budget or fiscal update did was propose, and that I agree with, is funding for the home energy efficiency retrofit program. While Liberals have largely been silent on other climate-related measures, we do know that the Minister of Natural Resources has spoken about the future of hydrogen fuel cells. He's also referenced the potential for small modular nuclear reactors. This is important because we have to recognize that more electric vehicles in our future means we will need more low-emission power. Now, as I've mentioned previously, I can get excited as the critic for this portfolio when we can use innovation instead of taxation to lower our emissions. Now, why do I say that? Well, because taxation, also known as a carbon tax, or what Liberals prefer to say, price on pollution, doesn't help a senior on a fixed income living in a 70-year-old home in winter temperatures that can drop well below -20 degrees Celsius. No senior should be forced to choose between monthly heating bills or groceries. We also must be mindful, Mr. Speaker, that many rural communities simply don't have any public transit. In BC, we have lost Greyhound as a private carrier. We cannot forget about these Canadians, and they should not disproportionately be faced to share a higher burden of the costs. Avant de conclure, je vais vous expliquer.
Before concluding, I'll explain one more reason why I prefer the timeline of Bill C-12 over Bill C-232. We cannot do it alone. In fact, Canada is only a very small part of the global problem. We must try to work with our largest trading partner, the United States, with the hope of having some parity with policies and regulations on how we can collectively reduce our emissions. Now, I say this because emissions are a global problem, and yet climate change has had a devastating impact on many areas in my riding. Forest fires and floods have caused hundreds of millions of dollars in property damage. Changing weather patterns are hitting local farmers hard. I'm sure that other members here have their own experiences to share. Bill C-12 is far from perfect, as is Bill C-232. However, we must have a starting point and a realistic timeline.
That C-12 better reflects that over C-232. And as a result, I will be supporting C-12 at second reading, but will not be supporting Bill C-232. I would like again to thank the member for putting forward an issue of debate close to her heart and to those of her riding, but I would also like to thank all members for taking the time to hear another point of view on this legislation today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Avignon-Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a great pleasure for me to speak about the environment and climate change, and I think that we need to do this as often as possible. So I applaud the initiative of my colleague for Winnipeg Centre. We had an opportunity to discuss it and agree on the importance for the government to legislate on climate action. We can never say it enough, Mr. Speaker, we're in the midst of a climate crisis, and the government must go beyond good intentions and rhetoric and table a real action plan to force the hand of all players and industries to take tangible action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Because of this urgency can be seen everywhere, here, and the last few days have brought that back to reality. Last week, the Nouvelle River in Gaspésie saw the rate of flow increase from 20 cubic meters to 470 in a few hours. Many people saw their homes flooded, roads and culverts damaged by rivers that flowed out of their beds because of the thaw and heavy rains. And, Mr. Speaker, the heavy winter rains are becoming more and more frequent and intense. A study conducted by researchers at Laval University show that damage resulting from flooding caused by ice jams could increase on average by 30% in the coming years, and that's because of climate change. In the next 50 years, the increase in flood damage could be in the order of 50% on the Matane River and 75% on the Matapédia River, both in my riding. The adoption of legislation that would in place a framework for action to deal with climate change, such as C-232, is entirely relevant. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois adheres to the principles and general objectives of this bill, including the transition to a green economy, a just transition, the respect for the rights of Indigenous peoples, and consideration of public health and social justice in all efforts to fight climate change. And here I must say that the issue of social justice is paramount, as the member for Winnipeg, from Winnipeg said. This is about climate justice. Climate justice refers to the idea that the crisis is not related to a scientific phenomenon, but that it has social, economic, and political sources and consequences as well. We are all equal in the face of these impacts because we don't have the same financial, technical, and other means to deal with it. Demanding climate justice, therefore, means calling on the government to honor all international commitments and to take tangible steps so that the burden of this crisis doesn't fall on the poorest people in our society. At present, some 100 million people live in areas below sea level. Some of them are protected by dikes, but most of them are unprotected. That's a clear example of climate injustice. Climate change has the potential to reshape cities, economies, shores, and entire regions of the globe. But the question that we must ask ourselves, Mr. Chair, is to what extent and how long can coastal protections preserve them? What we know is that since 2006, oceans have been rising by 4 millimeters per year. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released a particularly striking fact. This rate could be multiplied by 100 if greenhouse gas emissions remain unchanged. A factor of 100, Mr. Speaker. In northern Quebec, Inuit villages are in danger of disappearing, swallowed up by high tides or mud as the permafrost melts. Heat waves, drought, floods, tornadoes, spectacular tides, and shoreline erosion are becoming more frequent and affect vulnerable populations more severely. Vulnerable populations have been exposed to 475 million heat waves worldwide. The most recent report of the Lancet Countdown report on health and climate change over the past 20 years and has shown that there's been an increase of almost 54% increase in heat-related mortality in people over 65. This impact on human lives and suffering represents some 302 billion hours of lost labor capacity in 2019, according to The Lancet again. And this is not insignificant. The links between health of the planet and human health are clear. According to scientists, as early as 2030, some areas will be partially or completely flooded in Quebec, such as Sainte-Flavie in my riding, the Magdalen Islands, Sainte-Marie-de-Beauce around the Lac des Deux-Montagnes in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean area on the North Shore, in the Mauricie region, and even in the national capital. This is worrisome when we take a look at the concrete links between climate change and impacts. That's why the government must put in place measures to reduce GHG emissions. Measures that take into account the vulnerable populations who are first to suffer the consequences of climate change. Unfortunately, developed countries have reached an impasse in climate discussions. Stricter regulations need to be put in place. So the question is this: why don't countries impose GHG reduction targets on industries to encourage companies to behave morally? It seems necessary. We need a drastic change, and governments need to have the courage to act. As I said from the outset, the BQ supports the principles and general objectives in C-232. However, unlike the Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, Bill C-215 that I introduced in November, C-232 doesn't oblige the current government and those that follow will to establish GHG reduction targets. There are two central aspects at the heart of my bill: reduction targets and accountability mechanisms, and that is fundamental. Canada's internal commitments under the Paris Agreement, must be incorporated into domestic law. They must be made binding. We also need to revise our reduction targets upwards and force governments to announce that all the measures it intends to take. The minister must quickly put in place an action plan that complies with the requirements of a truly binding climate law. That doesn't take anything away from C-232 because it would considerably improve and establish mechanisms and tools to ensure a certain degree of alignment between Canadian climate action and Canada's international climate objectives. Now is the time for action. If Bill C-232 is intended to be a climate framework law, then it should include the elements that must be included in a climate framework law. It's as simple as that. On Wednesday, the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, lamented that humanity is at war with nature. This is suicidal. Making peace with nature must be a top priority for all across the world in the 21st century. Mr. Speaker, you know as well as I do that the latest climate news is not good. According to the World Meteorological Organization, 2020 is poised to be one of the warmest years on record. Without immediate action, it will be much more difficult and more costly to adapt to the future consequences of changes. The government seems to be more interested in the financial issue than the climate issue, and it needs to take action. We hear them talk about net neutrality by 2050 without knowing how they'll achieve that. According to the UN Environment Programme, governments must reduce their fossil production by 6% per year in order to limit catastrophic warming of the Earth. 6% per year starting now. And we can do our part individually, locally, but it's clear that the main force of change must come from government through laws and regulation. It's the responsibility of our government to lead by example. In addition, Mr. Speaker, alongside the climate crisis, we're currently in a health crisis. This is pushing governments to invest billions of dollars for economic recovery, and this must not be at the expense of climate emergency, but on the contrary, it must go hand in hand with the transition to a green economy.
Canada must stop passing economic stimulus through the financing of fossil fuel industries. Let's avoid the economic recovery being accompanied by a rebound effect, a further increase in GHG emissions. Instead, let's invest in sectors that reduce our impact on the environment and that will have a positive long-term economic impact for our communities. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I must say that the Bloc will always be the first to legislate on the climate emergency and see 232 is a good step, but it'd be much more responsible to truly respond to the climate emergency to adopt a framework law that, as my Bill C-215, would oblige the federal government to respect its GHG targets as it committed to do internationally. We no longer have the means to postpone the fight against climate change. The urgency is real, and the physical and economic health of our population depends on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, and the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured to speak today in support of the member for Winnipeg Centre and her Bill C-232, which guarantees all Canadians the right to a clean, safe, healthy environment and provides for a climate emergency action framework and a tool for accountability for those most impacted by climate change. This is a critical framework for all transformative climate action policy, including a Green New Deal, and it will ensure we uphold our responsibilities towards future generations. This bill explicitly outlines the critical importance of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples to Canada's climate response and would require the government to consult meaningfully with Indigenous peoples and communities and civil society. The NDP has a long history of calling for accountability on the climate crisis, leading the way with Jack Layton's Climate Change Accountability Act in 2006. Jack's bill passed in the House but was killed by the unelected Senate. We have also been long calling for the full implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and upholding the right to free, prior, and informed consent for Indigenous peoples. And in particular, I want to recognize the work of former MP Romeo Saganash in bringing forward legislation on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in the House of Commons, as well as the work of my colleague, the member from Winnipeg Centre. And it is because of their work and the work of Indigenous and grassroots organizers from coast to coast to coast that we saw an important step forward this week with the tabling of a government bill on the declaration. New Democrats have also long called for the right to a healthy environment to be enshrined in law. And this bill continues and builds on that critical work to uphold human rights. The climate emergency poses a serious threat to our environment, to our economy, to our health and safety, and Canadians are tired of governments committing to targets and then missing them again and again and again. We are running out of time. We are not on track to meet our international climate obligations. We need an action plan that honors our international climate commitments and obligations. We need action plan that addresses the urgency of the climate crisis. And we need to ground that plan and that action in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The Liberals have acknowledged the climate emergency, but their current plan in no way will achieve our international commitments. The Prime Minister claims to be a climate leader, but he keeps handing out billions of dollars to fossil fuel companies. He declared a climate emergency and then the very next day approved and bought a pipeline. The government recently introduced Bill C-12, the Canadian Net Zero Accountability Act, and their bill is a step in the right direction, but it does not adequately ensure that we are doing everything we can to address the climate crisis. They promised 5-year milestone targets, but then left out 2025, so no real accountability measure for the next 10 years, even though we know the next decade is the most critical. The accountability mechanisms in their bill, including the advisory committee, are weak, and they rely on the Environment Commissioner, whose office is already underfunded. And it's important that any legislation on accountability is paired with significant investments in a just and sustainable recovery plan that will support workers, families, and communities with training, good jobs, creating a more affordable life while tackling the climate crisis. There is no climate accountability without climate action. And despite some nice words about a green recovery, the Prime Minister has just rehashed his inadequate climate plan from his last year's campaign. While many countries like Germany and France are releasing bold plans to kickstart a sustainable economy and kickstart a sustainable recovery, even President-elect Joe Biden announced a $2 trillion economic stimulus plan heavily focused on climate-related investments. Far from being a climate leader, Canada is being left behind. We need a just transition to a low-carbon economy that brings workers along. We need to stop handing out billions of dollars in fossil fuel subsidies and instead invest in a sustainable economy that will create good, family-sustaining jobs across the country. There are a ton of gaps in the government's bill, Bill C-12, and one critical one is that they mention the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, but the bill is not actually grounded in a framework of upholding these rights, and also in upholding the right to a healthy environment. The impacts of the climate crisis are already being felt in Canada, particularly in the Arctic and along the coast, and disproportionately impacting Indigenous nations, rural communities, and marginalized and racialized communities. We know that extreme weather events are continuing to worsen and are creating conditions where the occurrence of intense wildfires, flooding, droughts, and heat waves are increasing both in frequency and in intensity. And Indigenous and Northern communities, farmers and food producers, and others have been sounding the alarm about the impacts of climate change on our ecosystems. The climate emergency is threatening our food security. It's threatening Indigenous peoples across Canada, and they often are the most impacted. Indigenous peoples are among the most impacted by the climate emergency, including disrupting traditional ways of life and food security, especially in the north, which we know is warming at a much faster rate. And this has driven up the cost for imported food alternatives, leaving individuals with only being able to afford unhealthy food options, which contributes to greater food security and negative impacts on health, which can have a vicious cycle effect. The climate emergency has significantly impacted the traditional territories of Indigenous peoples and in turn has impacted their livelihoods. The National Inquiry has also noted an increased rate of violence against Indigenous women and girls by workers who are being housed in extractive industry work camps. The severity of this crisis was confirmed in the National Inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, with a need to act within the calls for justice. Risks to Indigenous nations increase with the severity of the global climate emergency. And Indigenous people have experienced the impacts of the climate crisis for generations and are most often the ones on the front lines fighting for the protection of lands and resources. Indigenous science and knowledge provides a complex understanding about how to address the climate crisis, and it is critical for developing a climate emergency action framework. Canada's nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples must be respected under the framework, among others, of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The Liberals say they support the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, but they have failed to engage meaningfully in consultation with Indigenous peoples and accommodate the concerns raised across Canada, including failing to obtain free, prior, and informed consent. Reconciliation and environmental justice must go hand in hand, or as my colleague said in her speech, there is no reconciliation without justice. There's now a widespread consensus that human rights norms apply to environmental issues, including the right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And the lack of a legal right to a healthy environment has a direct impact on Indigenous and racialized communities in Canada and people from coast to coast to coast. More than 150 countries in the world have recognized that particular human right, and it's time for Canada to step up to follow their lead. The NDP is calling on our government to live up to our international obligations, including the United Nations Convention on Climate Change, the Paris Agreement, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and to recognize the right to a healthy environment as a human right. New Democrats want to move forward with a Green New Deal that supports the human rights of all people while investing in a just and sustainable recovery that brings workers along. Bill C-232 provides a clear path forward by calling on the Government of Canada to take all measures necessary to address the climate emergency. For the first time, the right to a clean, healthy, and safe environment would be enshrined in law. The government would be accountable for implementing a climate action emergency framework that respects human rights, and this framework would save lives, mitigate the impacts of the climate emergency on public health and the natural environment. Thank you again. This would be an important and transformative step to uphold fundamental human rights and protect a healthy environment for future generations.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
Just before adjournment, I have a brief comment to make. Earlier today, I asked my colleague, the Honourable Member for Joliette, to replace me for a few minutes. And as you saw, he was quite competent in terms of his duties, and I'd like to thank him for that.
2:30 p.m. The House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.